Good evening. It is 5 o'clock and we're going to call this work session to order. This is a special meeting of the Kent School District School Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meeting Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a policy work session. To begin, I will start with a roll call. If you are in attendance, please indicate so by saying present. Director Gregory?
Present.
She's very present. Director Song?
Present.
Thank you. Director Clark?
Present.
Vice President Cook?
Present.
And I am present. Superintendent Vela, would you like to kick us off?
Yes, thank you, President Margell and directors of our board. Again, I want to say thank you for the work that you've done together collectively on policy work dating back at least last year, if not longer. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Holly, who will again review with you the policies that we which ones were critical, which ones are the ones we'd be working on today, and then kick off our presentation. So Ms. Holly.
Thank you, Superintendent Gallo. Good evening to President Margell and members of the board.
Could we turn up her mic?
We can't hear her.
Mike, please.
How about that? No. Yeah, how about that? Good? Okay.
Yes, it's
Great,
better.
thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. Tonight, we have 8 policies on the agenda to work through. We'll do a quick run-through on the PowerPoint so you can see what we'll be looking at. 1111, oath of office. It's a discretionary policy. 1220, board officers and duties of board members, also discretionary. 2019, alternative curriculum and instructional materials to be retired. 2020, course design, selection and adoption of instructional materials, a critical policy. 3143, notification and dissemination of information about student offenses and notification of threats of violence or harm, critical. 3210, non-discrimination, first reading, also critical. 3241, student discipline, critical. 1760, board member use of electronic communications. We show it as first reading. It's been on the agenda several times, but we've never made it to it. So that's why it's showing as first reading. And we'll get busy. The first one, oath of office, has been updated. This year, the Washington State Legislature updated and reinforced the rules around oath of office for school board directors via House Bill 1296. Before starting their work, directors must take an oath to uphold the U.S. and Washington state constitutions along with Washington's laws. This new law, the way it's been implemented, 28A 343 360, says a director should not be seated if they choose not to take this oath. KSD's policy has been updated for your review. Let's go through it. The legislature has been made aware that some school districts are intentionally not complying with certain requirements in state law and that this non-compliance is negatively impacting students. Violation of oath of office means the neglect or knowing failure by an elected public officer to perform faithfully a duty imposed by law. If an official refuses or neglects to take the oath, it can create a vacancy in the office under RCW 4212-010. Any questions on this?
Is there any listing of who the, it just says anybody authorized to administer oaths?
Our superintendent is. It says school officials can author or administer the oath.
I appreciate that. We may have a request of somebody other than the superintendent to perform it. Is there a list of who can in addition to?
I know there is a list, and I can get it out to you.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure. Ready to move on? Okay. Okay, policy 1220, board officers and duties of board members. Language has been added to clarify that the legislative representative will be the voting delegate at the General Assembly, and it makes clear the process for filling a legislative representative vacancy. Since this position is a 2-year term, we spelled out in a little more clarity what needs to happen. I also know that there were questions or comments made by Director Song. I want to pull those up. You can see that's not big enough, let me know, but you can see the,
Make it slightly bigger.
sure. Is that better? Everybody can see that? Okay. These are the questions and comments put in by Director Song. If you would like to take a look at those, and then we can discuss moving forward with that. The first is, can we add a section of examples including but not exhaustive? This is on the, I believe, the reports of, sorry, I don't know why that popped up.
It does not want.
Okay, tech group. Maybe it's going to stay now.
Sign out for the other items. Do that one, the sofa. Sign out.
Okay,
There you go.
that'll work. Okay, great. Okay. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's popping up, but here we go. Can we add a section of examples including but not exhaustive? And that's on the line starting, the president will be the official recipient of correspondence. I would like to see language about the president's responsibility to provide updates and summaries of conversations and planning to the rest of the board through scheduled updates so the board is aware of all developments. And then include language that says the board president will provide statements and updates to the rest of the board. For example, if they agree to any participation in groups, discussion, advisory meetings. Also to include their statements to the media or any other entity that requires board statement or input. Board members should be informed prior to general public. So I'm not sure, Director Song, if you'd like to explain or elaborate on any of these?
Yeah, so that's just my rambling as I'm typing along. So the way that a lot of other boards operate when it comes to their president is there's some way for there to be information distributed when it comes to the board president representing or attending various meetings. And historically, it hasn't been as consistent. And so I thought it'd be nice to put it in our policies that we get some kind of written update periodically with what some of those updates look like.
Something to consider, one, we used to have 2x2 meetings, so all the information, and then it was also considered because those ones were found to be a serial meeting, and so we couldn't do that. So then it was also considered, so I'd be interested in Mr. Leonard's opinion on this one. At the time, it was considered to also then have the meeting and then have the board president give updates to the remainder of the board, but that was also considered a serial meeting. So what was done instead is there's the superintendent update that comes out, I believe, bi-weekly. And so, and that, we did have that kind of talked about in generic terms within the responsibilities of the superintendent. And so what I don't want to put into policy is that we're inadvertently violating OPMA, because I agree with you, other boards I'm on do have, but they're also not subject to OPMA.
Yeah, so with the serial meeting though, clarification around that, my understanding is if one person is having multiple meetings and conversations, but just having one brief update, like instead of the superintendent report weekly, if we had a board president report monthly, that wouldn't constitute and falls under OPMA violation or serial meeting because it's informative.
Director Song, the example you give, it wouldn't necessarily be a serial meeting.
Okay.
Passive receipt of information by itself is not a serial meeting.
Yeah.
The concern is if you have a scheduled meeting in which there is an exchange of information and it goes beyond that, meaning there's potential discussion, and discussion is the key word, because that could be potentially taking action when you discuss. The OPMA defines action as potential discussion about an issue that would be more appropriate in an open session. So if it's just receipt of information, but that can sometimes be lost. We say that now. We say, hey, you're not supposed to ask questions, but it's natural that if we have a meeting and we're meeting together, that we forget that. And prior meetings were held in line, but then it evolves, and then before you know it, we are discussing back and forth, and that then becomes an OPMA concern, which is the reason why we dialed this back.
Okay, yeah, so my request again is just more informative. It'd be nice to know what's happening, what some of the conversations and direction of the board would look like. Because over the year so far, I feel like a lot of developments that have been happening between our board leadership, and then not just with district staff, but with the community. Myself, I've been figuring out a lot of information third party, where it comes from the community, where people are reaching out and asking questions. And for many of them, I'm like, I never heard of this. And so I think to create a policy or practice on the basis that people might accidentally breach their responsibility of knowing not to reply all, not to ask questions in order to avoid OPMA violations, I don't think that's a strong enough argument to not to not have a policy or practice that says the rest of the board should be informed.
Yeah, I think that there's also an assumption, though, that I want to give you what you're wanting on this one, though, but I think that a lot of those things that you're thinking that are happening with the board president, that's really happening on the administrative side, and so that information is being provided through the superintendent. There's not like these super secret meetings that are happening that things
Yeah.
are like not being told,
Yeah.
and so because we want to have them in open session. So I think that that's, while.
And that's not the intent of this.
Yeah, no, I'm trying not to answer this for myself, because I know that this is a policy for the board going
Whoever is
forward,
the
right?
president, yeah.
And so, but what I would imagine is it would make most sense to have conversations that the whole board needs to have as they're being done today, continue in open session, and then the things that are happening that, it news to you, news to me, news to all of us, and that may be happening on the administration side, and that's coming through the board report, or, hey, I got an email, can you tell me about this? So.
Yeah, and that's the piece I want to avoid is I don't want to have to be in a position where I'm hearing or getting inquiries from the community and saying, oh, I don't know anything about this. Let me check with our superintendent. Let me check with our board president. I just think it would be really good practice to have the rest of the board informed, since we are one board. And just seeing how a lot of other really productive boards do operate, that was just one key element to their success that I saw that I thought we could also adopt.
Yeah. I don't know how you're ever going to get away from things happening, because there's things that just happen in the running of schools that, as you know, we're not the operations.
Right.
And so I can tell you today alone, I had at least 3 different items that I forwarded back to the administration and said, hey, this is not what we handle. And so could you please respond to these ones?
Yeah, and I don't mean or intend this to be micromanaging in any sense. It's just more of like a general update of what is happening, because we're not a part of those conversations. We do read the superintendent's weekly updates, but it'd also be nice to have more of that cohesion and relationship with whoever our board president is to hear from them as well. One example that came up was I didn't know we had a liaison for the Kent School Foundations. And so I got a couple calls and emails asking about it. And so that's just an example of, if the board president is going to be engaging in these other discussions and groups, it would just be nice to know.
If I may just really quickly add, the other piece that I do, and you see it often, because I communicate with you quite a bit on what's happened out there, whether there was a lockdown, if there was police activity, those are on the safety side. But I also try to communicate other things that are happening. So that's one thing that I do frequently, just to keep the board informed. Because I want to make sure that what is, quote, happening as a whole out there, the board hears it from me and not from the community. The other piece is that if you hear something and you do a good job of sending it to me so that I can either respond or take appropriate action for information. And so I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, and I love those, and I think both of those two things can coexist in our process, especially with continuously building our cohesion as a board. And so just like if I'm participating in any other group function and we send a scribe or a leader to go gather information, it'd be nice to hear from them on what the perspectives were and to generate more of this, more organic and authentic communication amongst the board in addition to what the superintendent's offering.
I'm not sure how it can be done without violating OPMA, because you could, unless you called a meeting to have that discussion.
So I'm not asking for a discussion. I'm just asking for like, hey guys, this is Megan. This week, here are 5 bullet points of what we discussed. We talked about IEPs. We talked about a playground. We talked about future planning. That's just what I'm asking for. Like, is there a way we can just get those brief updates from whoever is our corresponding member on the board to communicate that with the rest of the board? And not for us to engage in questions, dialogue, just to keep us appraised of what's happening as we're not in the room with the president.
Again, I kind of go back to like, all that we talk about is the agenda. There is no other agenda than the agenda. So that's all that so like anything I send out, and others may do this differently, but I'm happy just to send out a copy of the agenda that's already posted, because that's all that we ever talk about.
Is there, but to Andy's point, what if one of us as a representative go to some event and we come back and we're like, hey, this is what was discussed and we want to give that feedback? It's okay for us to do that via email. Is that what you're asking? Like, is it just the position of the president? Are you looking at that? I'm clarifying.
Yeah.
Are you looking at that from other directors? So if Don went to some offsite, some legislative offsite, let's say, and they discussed X, Y, Z, and this came up, and this is, a hot topic, would you want him to then email us through the same process?
No.
To tell us so it's only the position of the president to know what's going on, or is it?
Yeah, because the way that the role is designed is that the president is the one that enters these meetings. They are our front line who
Right.
engages in the dialogue and
Right.
then is supposed to set the agenda moving forward, and we get the agenda.
Right.
But as I started to pick up on some additional pieces, like the Kent Schools Foundation, for example, that's not on the agenda. So when
Yeah.
those types of relationships develop and occur, and now we know that our board president is the liaison for this, where would that information have come from?
So just to be very clear, it's a non-voting member, just like the administration will
Yeah.
go and just say, here's a perspective. And so anything that we'd be sharing are all things that have happened in open session.
Yeah.
So.
Which is fine, and so that's why I'm feeling like there's some pushback on my request for just that.
No, I'm happy to do it, because I could do that now, without having to be in here. I just want to make sure that but what I'm trying to make sure is that there's not this extra information. There would be no new information to give you for anything that, I guess I'm just, there's this perception that there's this body of information that you don't know, and there's not. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm not saying you're having secret meetings where things are being shared or discussed without the rest of the board.
Yeah.
It's, as I was reading this policy, the timing-wise, the information about the liaison also popped up, and I was like, huh, it'd be interesting. Why weren't we notified? It would be appropriate for us to be like, oh, yes, absolutely, our president is the liaison for this, but because I was in a position where I didn't have that information, and I don't know how that even developed. And so being informed and updated about these developments is something I think would be really helpful for the board to have.
Can we put it, but is the board president always a liaison for the KAEA? Is it?
You mean Kent Schools
I'm
Foundation?
Good
It's up to
Schools Foundation,
Kent
sorry.
Schools Foundation. They're a completely separate entity of this, so it's up
I'm
to who
sorry.
they
I just
ask.
used the wrong words.
Yes.
But is it a permanent role on that as an advisory person that you go to that meeting? Is it permanent for the president of our school board to go to the foundation's meeting?
It's up to Kent Schools Foundation to choose whom they reach out to and ask, and to have a representative from the board.
Got it.
But as a separate entity, it's up to
Right.
them to decide
Who
whom
they
they
want.
Who they ask.
So they could ask for Andy, they could ask for any board member to come. Okay.
And
so-
anybody can, I believe, attend their meetings.
Right.
Yeah.
No, what I was trying to do is to clarify this. Could we put it as the president will do this role? Does that mean, but you're saying they choose who it is? We're not
I bel-
choosing. They ask?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I think
So-
people can choose to be or not to be,
Yeah,
do
and
it.
typically our president is the one that,
Yeah.
Yes.
that attends all of these
Yes.
as part of their role, so that they
Yeah.
can create the agenda, and, I mean,
Correct.
they're the source of the information to share with
Right.
us. And so that's just the piece I felt was lacking that a lot of other boards do have.
Yeah.
And so I'm not asking for like a full synopsis of every single meeting, but like monthly basis of just giving us a recap of things that may not have made it to the general agenda or topics, just so the board is appraised of what is happening. So if we get that information, we're not feeling like there is super secret meetings
Yeah.
happening behind closed doors. Because again, with the Schools Foundation, it was a little surprising for me.
Yeah. I guess, and I hear this.
Yeah.
It would feel weird for me to give, I feel,
Mm-hmm.
updates about a separate entity at our board meetings. Just, I mean.
Well, you're
Tim-
representing the board at the foundation. And
Yes.
so because it's official board duty,
It is not an official board duty. It's not an assigned duty. It's different than like a legislative rep. A legislative rep is a duty of that role. This is a non-voting person that they just want to have the information, hey, can you clarify this, or something like that. It just
Yeah.
feels weird at a board meeting giving that. So if we're just looking for an email out, I think it should be fine.
yeah, just like an informative, here's
Yeah.
a brief recap, don't
Mr.
forget.
Leonard?
Yeah,
I
that's,
think
Yeah.
that would be. Make sure.
Again, thank you for the question. An email, simply sharing information which is not responded to or prompting discussion would not be a violation of OPMA.
okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
I have another question for Mr. Leonard. If we were to use some other method that was not email, we received things in other manners where, like say, us discussing these things here, I had no access to the comments that Director Song had. Obviously, we found a way to go around that, and I didn't have access to this before. I couldn't have responded if I wanted to.
Right.
Is there not something that we could use? And maybe this is a more technical question for our information technology group. But I would imagine there's something that we could use that is not email, because email is used in such a way that it could be, back and forth. And that has
Yeah.
happened from this board multiple times. And so I can understand the wariness of using email in that way. Would we be able to have someone from our IT department come up, Superintendent Bello?
I think before I do, Director Cook, I really want to understand. I think what I heard you say was we have a process for board policy work, and I would like I still hear what you're saying, but I thought I heard that how were you able to see a comment made by Director Song about a policy? So I would want Ms. Hawley to talk about our process for that, so that all our community can understand how that is done and how then the meeting today, for example, policy session, we hear from everybody. So could you please do that?
Sure. So I think Vice President Cook said he couldn't see the comment, which is how it's intended. Everybody gets their own individual policy folder, which can only be accessed by them and myself and Ms. Santello, maybe Ms. Curry as well. But no other board directors can access that folder, so that nobody has a chance to see these comments ahead of time and do a back and forth, well, I don't think that works, what about this? So when you come here, no one else has seen those comments until you get here.
And is that just, I want to clarify, that's because we cannot, that would make we would have a violation if we were to go back and forth on a document?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
We'd be doing board work.
We
yeah.
would be doing board work
Yep.
outside of a meeting.
And I'm sorry, Andy, please hear, like, I'm just trying to make sure that, like, whatever's being asked, that we can do this, because, like, Tim sits on the, no, the
KCDA.
Yeah,
KCDA. We don't ask him to do a report on that one. He represents that. I think that we have all gone as, you know, acknowledged when we gone to a fundraising event as a board, like, and so I guess I just want to make sure, so if the question just was like, oh, here's new information, could you tell me about that?
Yes.
Then I think that there's other ways that we can have that, which is just a conversation or sending over an email, hey, can you respond to this? That works too.
And then now I want to go to Vice President Cook's question about what might be another way that might be an IT way. I thought that's what I heard.
Yes.
But I think it's still in the same realm of, so how might we accomplish what the board wants to do as it relates to this policy, so that we'd be accomplishing that?
And so the reason that I bring this up is it's more of a technical question, because it sounds like we're you know, kind of beating around the bush as far as what we're looking for, which is more communication. You know, we've had 4 emails from you this year altogether, and so that to me seems like not enough communication. I don't know what the number should be, but obviously if it's too difficult for our board to handle emails, which I guess some of you may have less experience with emails than others. I just wonder if there's something from our IT team that they may be able to come up with that would allow us to have a one-way communication that does not allow us to, even if we wanted to respond. And so I just wonder if there's an option of some sort, if our IT team might have some thoughts on that.
I mean, I don't want to, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't want to like complicate this and make the president's job really difficult. Again, after hearing, witnessing, and talking to other boards, this is something that's been very helpful in helping establish the rapport, the relationships, the trust and transparency, because there are a few boards where the president just sends out a monthly small newsletter of just like, hey guys, here's a recap, here's some things that we did, don't forget about these things. And I feel like starting to work towards creating more of this culture of inclusivity of the board, in addition, so that we can support and back up our president, is the intent for the comments that I made on there, of how do we generate some more dialogue between the president and the board, because right now it seems very disconnected. We get these emails here and there, we get the general board updates, we all work independently, and then we come to these bi-weekly meetings, and then we are supposed to engage in fruitful dialogue. And I think there's just a human element to this that's missing. And so my ask is, how can we improve that through just more correspondence between the board president and the board?
So what I hear, if I may, is how might we do that that would not violate OPMA, that would
Yeah.
possibly have a IT aspect to it that would help us, so.
Or
I'd be
if they just send out an email
that-
and BCC the board.
Yeah,
that
that's
we
something I
can't
think I
reply
would
all.
like to explore a little more.
Yeah.
Based on OPMA and based on what I hear you saying, so that'll be helpful.
Yeah, my only concern is if it's not email, how would someone then be able to request that? I'm thinking like records requests and making sure it's public and it's easy accessible. So is there a way on BoardDocs to be like, this becomes a thing that the president would fill out that says, like what Superintendent Vela sends out for voice, but like it would just be posted like on BoardDocs. And then it's available, we can't comment on it because then it's not, we can't edit it or anything like that, it's just posted. So.
Or we could just send an email and we all know
I
not to
know.
respond to it.
I know, I'm just saying, if I'm looking at an IT solution,
But-
like to make it,
To
I don't
that
think we
point,
need to
Director
put this
Song,
specifically in
No.
here, what
No.
the medium for is. I just want it to be fulfilling. And if
Yes.
it's just a regurgitation of the board
Yeah, and
posted
Additional things.
agenda, that just doesn't seem fulfilling to me, but if that's what you would like, I'm happy to do that.
so are you saying that there are no correspondence, no meetings, no discussions that you have outside of what we discuss on our agendas that might be fruitful in the board knowing, even if it's not something that we're going to discuss publicly?
For the most part, really what our conversations are around the agenda.
I understand, but even the fact that you're saying that for the most part, that worries me. Because, we're not receiving communication from you, so if it's for the most part, I would assume we should be receiving
I mean,
something else.
We also talked about their daughters getting their oil changed today.
Okay, I think that's a bit of a, red
We
herring
also
there.
talked about my daughter's applying for colleges right now.
Yeah, no one cares about the things that we have personally going on. That's obviously not
So
something that we
that's what my
discuss.
hesitation was. Those
I
were
feel
our
like this
conversations.
conversation is going in the wrong direction. Again, there's a lot that does develop, and there are just certain things that I've heard through word of mouth and in the community that were happening amongst board members and the board president, and it would just be nice to have those periodic updates. They could be monthly, they could be every other month, just something to keep us apprised of things that typically wouldn't show up in a general meeting agenda.
So with,
Yeah.
and with Director Song's example, when were you added to this board and when was your first meeting that you had with them?
I don't think that's really on the agenda right now, so I don't know if right now is the most appropriate time to have the conversation, but probably 2 months ago? I
So-
started,
beginning of this school year.
So when?
no more than, past that.
But, so when were you planning on telling us about this?
I guess there wasn't really anything to tell. I'm a non-voting member.
But you are having conversations, I assume. Like you have some sort of discussion with them. It didn't always have literally just the things that we're talking about here. Someone might have brought something up to you that you didn't know about. They may have discussed something else that you hadn't planned on discussing, but someone else brought up. That's my concern, is I know you're going to go into those meetings with a certain agenda, so to say, of what you're going to be discussing, but there are
I
going
don't
to be
actually, I
conversations.
don't go onto the agenda.
Okay. No, I don't mean their agenda. I mean, you have your agenda of what you're going to show them or tell them or whatever.
No.
So you're not going there for any reason at all?
I'm there as if they have a question about something that has happened in open session in the board to give information on, but I have not put anything forth to be on the agenda or put any of my, it's not my agenda to have. It's their board and they have a board.
But the fact that they even asked the question is something that I would want to know. Like, because if we have something coming up from, that's bubbling up through our, either through nonprofits like this or just our community in general, if our president is speaking for the board and it's, they're, regardless of whether you're saying exactly what we discussed or not, I would want to know that. I would want to know that that discussion happened, and it's been 2 months and it hasn't come to me until a person from our public came and brought it to me. And that to me is concerning. I am perfectly okay with you bringing that stuff to us, but you aren't. So I don't know, how do we get past that?
I guess there was just no decisions made that were specifically, and anything that body does, that body would bring that.
But they asked you a question, if nothing else, they asked a single question at some point, otherwise you wouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
And the fact that they asked the question is what I would want to know. Like, I would want to know
You-
that our community is.
You want a dictation of every question of
Yeah, anytime you
meeting.
speak for our board, I would like to know that you are speaking for our board and what the question was, because it may be something that we need to discuss as a board. And if I'm hearing the same sort of thing in other places, we may need to discuss it. So of course I would want to know if if you are representing us, as you are, because you are the board president, when you are in those meetings of any sort, and there's a question, I would like a recap from that meeting. Because how do I know what it is that is being said? I don't. And if you are talking to them about things, even if it is just information being provided that has already been provided, the fact that there's a question about it means that we didn't do a good job in communicating in the first place. Because if we had, they wouldn't be asking the question. And so that to me is a concern, and it means something that we need to change so that we can better communicate with our community.
Okay, I do have one clarification. I want to jump in real quick. So is it just the president? Because again, I'm gonna redirect this question to you that I had for Andy. So if I were to go and represent the board,
We would have to vote to do that, so we would
You
know.
actually don't have to vote on that.
but.
If
let's
someone
just
else is representing the
sorry.
board, we don't have to do that?
One
Because-
moment.
Can we let Teresa finish,
Can
please?
may I
Sorry.
finish, please?
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's pretend we voted and do it properly, and I am now going to represent the board at a meeting.
Yes.
Would the expectation be, outside of this policy for the president, any member of the board who acts as its agent, I'm gonna use that word agent, so you're acting on behalf of the board, would the expectation be that we would come back and summarize it for the rest of the board?
I would certainly hope so.
Okay, then the policy should be written not under the president. It should be written, if we're going to add it, it should be added under all board duties or something that says when you act in this capacity, this is the requirement.
I think we have a policy on committees, if you join a committee, that we could look at some of that same language.
Yes, I would like
But-
to do that.
Okay, so what I want to know is, should we hold this policy and bring it back? The one thing I see is that we have other policies to get through with our representatives here to look at those policies.
Yes.
So I know it's an important conversation for the board. So would the board like to move this by consensus, move it on for a vote, knowing that there'll be other ways we can address the communication? Or do we hold it to put that in?
I would like to hold it to verify what the other policy is for communication. So then we can verify that we are ensuring that if I'm acting as the agent of the board at a committee or whatever it is, that I know what I need to do to then summarize that back, so everybody on the board is then informed. And we're not violating OPM.
OPMA.
The
Yeah, and
the one, oh, sorry.
I wanted to go back to Director Song's original point, which I think you wanted in, that what correspondence that would not violate OPMA could address what you originally brought up.
Yes.
That's what we want to do.
Yeah.
That's what I think we come back to a second reading, not a vote, but a second reading, so that we're sure that we're doing the right thing and not violating OPMA and addressing what the board would like.
That sounds good to me. Yeah, I think a second reading, I think this is a great start of the conversation, and maybe we could narrow it back down.
Yeah, great.
The one thing I want to point out is that the changes on this policy directly talk about what's going to happen next month with legislative representative. So you would have to have this come back at the next work session. It couldn't be voted on at that next meeting, December 10th. It would move to January. So just to be clear, we have language in there about the legislative representative temporarily filling a role that's vacant and being the voting delegate at the General Assembly. So just so you're aware, that would be held off until a vote of January possibly.
Is the requirement by law that we put this into our policy, or is the requirement by law that we have to do it?
It's not a requirement by law on either, well, not on either thing, actually. The vacancy would be, it's just explaining the vacancy. Because Director Clark will be going, we will be electing a temporary replacement for 1 year, not start a 2-year term. So that's that part. The General Assembly voting delegate is not by law.
That just has never been a question before. Your legislative rep was always
Yeah.
your delegate.
Yeah, could we just, so if we voted to put this onto a second reading, I know that the policies won't be in place for us to do this. Could we just make that a separate agenda item and vote for it as a board? Or does it have to be an existing policy to do that?
It can be separate, I would think.
I would think it would need to be in the policy, but I'm not
Just
positive about that.
to be clear, I think what you're asking is, currently the legislative rep attends the rep assembly. What's
And
in
can
this?
we clarify for the public? What is the date of that meeting?
Yes.
Which meeting?
The current one that's coming up?
The legislative General Assembly?
Yes.
I do not know. Director Clark, do you know?
Well,
We already had it, did we
Yeah,
not already have it?
right,
And we
yeah,
did vote, correct?
yes.
Recently,
So I'm confused as to why we're doing a one-year legislative rep.
because Director Clark will be leaving. This
So
is
once he's
separate
gone,
from
we
the
need
voting
another.
delegate.
Yeah,
That line.
Oh.
we have to replace him
So
in December.
Okay, I got it now. He will be gone, so we will have to vote for a new legislative rep. But you're saying they're only gonna serve 1 year to finish his 2-year term?
Correct.
I understand now, thank you.
And if we didn't change this policy, would there be some reason why we couldn't do that?
Yeah. what is there-
No, it just spells out for clarity what's going to happen with the next
okay.
legislative rep.
So if we don't
We've
do it, it's
always
not.
just done it as practice. This happened before.
Right.
We've just had some pushback about things that have never been issues before. Like the idea that we had to vote somebody to do something when they've always done it. And so I think we're just trying to make clarification in the policy when it just has always just happened before.
Right. We're just making sure the duties are spelled out to make it clear for the future board.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so
So-
there's no impact to
No.
this
To
position?
this-
Okay.
Because I was thinking the meeting had already happened and he had already voted on our behalf. So
He
I
did.
was confused. That's
Sorry.
why I was clarifying. Sorry, Superintendent
No
Bello.
worries. Thank you.
Okay, so in December, we will vote. We will reshuffle when our new
Correct.
director is sworn in, and then we will re-vote for positioning. Doesn't that always happen in December?
It does, but normally the legislative rep is a 2-year term.
Okay,
And
so
because,
we'll just have to vote for legislative rep in December,
for a 1-year
For
term.
or a one-year term?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Are we
Okay.
required to do it in even numbered years? Because it seems like it would make more sense to do odd years, because that's when we're all elected.
We had it in the policy, it was new, WASDA put it in as even numbered years, we started that as well.
It just seems odd to me, because
Yes.
we serve a 4-year term, which would split 2 years and 2 years
Right.
on
There-
odd years.
There are a number of things that are odd.
Okay,
Well,
Given
I
the-
would like to
the
move
term,
this to
yeah.
a second reading.
Great,
Would
Yes.
too.
yeah, same.
thank you.
I would like to move it to second reading.
Perfect.
With the correspondence pieces
Yes.
that would not violate OPMA.
Yes.
Correct, yes.
We'll put something in and have you look at it at the next reading. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
great.
Superintendent Bella, would you be able to make sure that the IT team looks at something that we could do if
Oh, yeah,
there's an
depending
option
on
for
what
that?
that correspondence is,
Yes.
may have a tech back piece.
Not that
going
we're
on,
going to use
so-
it, but just so that they can look into it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to policy 2019. It's suggested that this be retired. WASDA does not have this policy, and the teaching and learning team would like to retire this policy, alternative curriculum and instructional materials. I will tell you that the next policy we're going to discuss, 2020, has a section that contains alternative core materials in it.
Thank you for clarifying. I was going to ask that question. I'm like, isn't this in the next policy? Because it felt that it was in there,
It
but I
is.
wanted to clarify. Thank you.
We good to move that?
Yes.
Is
Yeah.
any piece of it not in the other policy?
I'm sorry?
Any piece of this, of 2019, not in the 2020?
It isn't worded the exact same.
It is not worded exactly the same.
It doesn't,
I guess I'm looking for, is there anything of substance? Are we missing anything that we need to think about making sure that gets added?
when I reviewed it, in layman's term, I did not see anything that
I
needed
see.
to be pulled over.
No, it's actually more explicit in.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, the other one is more in-depth. It felt like it went into more examples and more, it had more meat to it.
Yes.
Okay. Move forward. Okay, we're on to 2020, which is course design, selection, and adoption of instructional materials. This policy's been updated to comply with 2 recent laws that were enacted by the legislature promoting inclusive learning standards and instructional materials. When choosing curriculum and instructional materials, the goal is to include resources that reflect a wide range of cultures and life experiences. The policy puts value on materials that include the histories, contributions, and perspectives of groups that have been historically underrepresented or marginalized, while understanding that the availability of these materials can vary and that the Instructional Materials Committee will continue to seek out the most inclusive options available. So let's go down and you can see the different additions here that have been added into this policy for inclusion. Supplemental instructional materials has been updated. This is important. The superintendent or designee will ensure the selection process includes bias screening using OSPI's Washington models for the evaluation of bias and screening for bias content tool.
I did think that that was weird that they named a specific tool, because if you change one word, then it gets out of date, as opposed to just saying OSPI's tool or a tool provided by OSPI.
I
I
think that
don't
wouldn't
know.
be a bad change.
We
Yeah,
could
I would-
update
I
that.
would be okay to say that.
Yeah,
to tweak it to say their tool and not whatever it is today, because it
Okay.
could change.
Oh, that title.
Yeah.
I feel like the title is consistent, even if the tool's been modified a bit.
I mean, if they put it in WASDA policy, there must be a
There must be,
a
it must
consistency.
say that name.
I just think
Yeah.
that, having looked at many, many policies, if we could make them so we don't have to update them,
For a long time.
yeah, would be great.
Or ever.
Yeah, I'm always nervous of naming the tool, because, it's no longer Office 2013.
Right.
It's like M365 or whatever they're calling it now.
I noticed in the wording on this, and this is, we've seen this before, the superintendent or designee, but previously when it said that, there was a qualifier at the end that said, given that the superintendent is aware that they will still be responsible for any decision made below them or what have you. I don't know the exact wording. Is that in here somewhere, or is that just an assumed
It's
thing?
in another policy that I believe talks about the superintendent's role, that even though there's designee, that the superintendent is ultimately responsible.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was
Yep.
still, I assumed that was the case, but thank you.
Is there a policy, when I was going through this, I know oftentimes, as a parent, I will get a email that says, you can opt out of this curriculum of choice, or this movie, or if they're gonna watch this thing, and you can see it ahead of time and then opt out. Is that policy in another policy and it's not, it wouldn't be appropriate here? I'm okay with that, but we have a policy that allows our parents to do that, correct?
I don't know if it's in policy. I'd have to look and see. Or if anybody from the TNL team.
Dr. Kim?
We can get back to you on that, but I believe that exists for sex ed.
Yeah, I know it's in
Yeah.
the other, but I don't know if it's a standalone policy or if it's by if it's by curriculum, or, I just want to make sure that our community knows that if there is a curriculum that is not appropriate for them or their children, that they have the option of having an alternative. And I know we have that for a lot of our curriculums right now. I just didn't see it, and I don't know if I'm not saying to add it to this policy.
It might be in procedure.
I think it's in procedure
Yeah.
maybe, and I just wanted to clarify,
I
because
don't
I
think-
did get a question from the community about.
I'll take a look
Yeah,
and get
well-
back to you.
I think it would be good for us to add that into our policy, as our policy isn't meant to be used as procedure, obviously, so stating that the board expects that our families would be able to choose whether or not they're in there, I think would be good to add into our policy, because it is what we are stating is the value of our district in a way.
So,
But I think it's already a policy. That's why I'm
Yeah, I
clarifying.
think I would
it's
be-
already a policy.
Well,
In our
she was
instructional
saying as a
materials committee
procedure.
process?
But the procedure is not like the policy would mean that we are saying that that's what the value of our district is, as opposed to the procedure, which is gonna be what we actually do. But that's an interpretation of our policy. If we don't have it in our policy, the procedure could be changed theoretically to remove it, and we wouldn't have anything to go back to.
Dr.
because
Kim.
Oh, I see
we-
what you're saying. I see what you're saying, it's in the procedure, but I want to say there is a policy.
Dr. Kim's right, it's in instructional materials. Now that you say that, I believe
in
it's in there.
it is in
It's in the
policy.
instructional materials policy.
Okay,
Okay.
And you can reference it
okay.
in
Yeah.
legal
That-
reference.
That's what I would like to see. Can we reference the instructional materials policy in
Absolutely.
here?
Yep.
And that will solve my connection.
So we'll add we'll add a one-liner about that
We'll,
policy.
we'll cross-reference the instructional materials
Bring it back next
policy.
time?
I thought it was in policy
Yeah.
somewhere, and I just wanted to make sure it was clear in this one, if someone was reading this, that it's clear in another policy.
Good to move forward?
Everything else was fine for me.
Yep, nothing else for me.
Vice President Cook?
No, thank you.
Good? Okay, we're on to 3143, notification and dissemination of information about student offenses and notification of threats of violence or harm.
Sorry, I made lots of comments on this one.
It's okay.
Hopefully it's less than 9 minutes worth.
No,
no.
No, I think.
because I think
it's-
other people wrote a lot
Yeah.
too.
Would you mind giving, when she pulls it up?
A Cliff Notes?
Yes, because we're going to bring it back,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah.
so what can we
Yeah.
take away?
Should we just go through and just everybody provide their quick update so we don't have to read every individual comment?
Yeah.
Do you want to go first?
No, I'll have you go and then I can tag and make sure I didn't cover.
Okay, so my biggest thing was around the history of violence, especially involving a firearm. Given what's happening at the national level with a recent case that's going through trial, I'm approaching this from two different frames of thought. One, yes, every student deserves equal chances and a bias-free learning environment. We don't want to allow stigmatization of a student's past because there may be context that's missing. And so by sharing certain information, could this shift or alter the perspective of people who are contributing to the student's educational experience? But on the other hand, how do we find the balance without, I think my biggest one was this one with the principals, of one, putting the sole responsibility on the principals to make such a subjective decision on when they believe information should be shared. And would we be better off of taking that responsibility and making it a more standard board policy, saying the school board is the one directing this? Because I also look at this from the perspective of not just if an incident happens, but the fact of making that decision. Where a lot of our policies aren't inclusive is when it comes to the potential of vicarious trauma and mental health of the administrators, the teachers, and staff members who have to implement these actions. And so I feel like it's a heavy burden to put onto a principal or anybody to say if a decision like this should be shared with the instructional staff.
I just want to, I did email a reply to you, but you probably didn't have time to see it about that, your first comment about vicarious trauma. We do actually have policy 5515, which addresses workforce secondary traumatic stress. So we do have a HR policy that addresses this first point that you talked about.
Yeah.
So it's not in this because this is a student-focused policy, but we do have it in our HR policy. So that's on the first one that you did talk about.
And that one seems a little contradictory, because in this policy, if we're saying that the principal has to make that call, then that subverts the HR policy about the secondary trauma. And so that policy from the HR perspective, to me, read it to be more reactionary or responsive to an event after it occurs. My version of this, or I guess my perspective is, if we take away that burden from the principals to begin with, is this a better proactive approach so that we don't have to put school staff or officials in that position so that they have to, or that they would be opened up to experiencing any type of backlash or consequence from the decision that they made?
Who did you suggest? I didn't catch.
No, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, but I mean, but you don't have a person or an
No,
entity
no.
in mind? Okay.
No, and I'm thinking because of the case right now with that teacher that's going through the Supreme Court, who was shot by a student, and the information wasn't shared with them. And so using that as a frame of reference with just what's happening in society today, and then also thinking about what if it was one of our principals that had to make that decision to withhold the information, and now this was the outcome. The HR policy gives us steps to assisting them work through it, but are there ways that we can prevent people from being in that position to begin with? And so that's where this comment came from.
Yeah, if I understand it correctly, I'm reading the section 1 in red, sex offenses and registered sex or kidnap offender, that's where you have that comment? Or am I in
Is
the
it that
wrong
one?
place?
I think it's this one, the principal one, where the principal.
Yeah.
Oh, is it under the sex offense?
Then it
one?
goes down into, that's where it's at.
Oh, I thought I
Because
put it under the gun.
A
one.
has superintendent or designee.
Well, I guess it applies to both for me, both the gun violence in history plus the sex offense.
Yeah, and that's why I
Yeah.
mentioned that. There are certain things that principal doesn't act alone. They do act alone in their building,
Yeah.
but they work with a team. And as an example, I'm just going to use weapons, right? And there's state law around that, but typically there is a team that forms around a threat assessment that if it's brought onto campus, so we can really take a look at the student, what impacts are there on other students potentially, staff, those kinds of things. So they're not just they're required to make sure that the information that's described above, that's why I pointed that out, is being communicated.
Yeah.
Right? And so they're not just acting alone.
Oh.
But they are responsible.
Yeah,
to be able
absolutely.
to share that information together with a threat assessment.
Can I ask a procedural question? I just am wondering, because we have all this information, obviously, that thankfully, our board directors took the time to write all of this out. Are we able to put this out to the public so that they can see it and review it as well as we can review it? Because I think it would be important for us to do that. I've noticed that over these past few meetings that we've had on policy work sessions, we aren't getting to all of them. And I think that if we could, and I don't know if this is legally allowed as far as OPMA goes, but to provide that out in the open so that the thoughts of the board member is already out there, and then we can review it before we come into these meetings so that it's no longer as much of a time-consuming task as it can be, obviously.
I'm not sure if that would still be violating OPMA if it would be a back and forth. You're looking at someone's response.
Well, I understand that, but obviously right now would be the same thing. I'm saying if we were to put it out in public instead of it being something that we put out to each other. Does
Yeah,
that
and
make sense?
That's what these work sessions are in public.
Yeah.
The conversations are shared with the board as a whole, but individuals share, like Director Song is sharing right now, which we
Yeah.
did using a shared folder that doesn't violate OPMA. And now's the time for the public to be able to listen to each of the board members on, what their thoughts are around that.
I would have an issue with that, just knowing that there are certain board members that choose to have, I believe, OPMA violating conversations on social media. And I feel like that's.
But if we put it out in public, it would already be available, so anyone can do it.
But
It wouldn't matter.
But my only other concern is my only other concern about putting it out ahead of time, then we violated it because it's discussion. But the other thing is the comment may not be sufficient enough because we have to ask the question, right? Like how
Well, we
it's
would still
worded.
do that. I mean, this meeting would still happen. It's just, then we could review some more information.
Can we, because we do have so many of our administration here, and I think that there's a comment on this one, so let's not forget that. We can table that and talk about what that looks like, but I would like to get some comments on this specific.
Yeah.
We only have
so
10 seconds, by the way.
May I?
Thank you.
Okay. We have Director of Instructional Integration and Student Family Services, Student Family Engagement, Deb Willisey here. But what I want to say to your comment, Director Song, is that when we are informed about number 2, violent offenses, firearms, dangerous weapons, et cetera, our local law enforcement and our Director of Safety Services are in communication. If there's probation officers involved, they are part of the conversation. So it's not solely on the principal, but it often leads to some type of a threat assessment process or procedure that may live in a different document. But it also involves the principal supervisor, and so it's a team that comes together, not just the principal using their discretion. So behind that are a lot of other conversations and collaboration.
Yeah, and that is outlined. And so this is why I just want to bring up this topic as a conversation, to hear the perspective of other board members and then you guys, administrative staff, because I don't want to speak on behalf or for the people who have to make the decision. This is just what came to mind about, are we putting a burden of making that decision, especially when it says the principal may have or choose the discretionary decision to inform. And the second part of that was, is there a liability component to this of what if their judgment resulted in something consequential? And so what does that look like for us?
And we can come back
Yep.
with that.
We'll bring this one back.
Thank you, Board.
Okay. It is 6:01, and we are adjourning this work session. This work session is adjourned for an executive session for 29 minutes. The purpose of this executive session is to discuss the performance of a public employee, potential litigation, and the legal or financial risks of a course of action. We will see everybody back here at 6:30 for our regular session. Thank you. session at 6:27 PM. And we are now moving the executive session had all 5 board members attending in person, nobody virtually. We're now calling our regular board meeting to order. We will begin this with a roll call for attendance. When I call out your name, please indicate your attendance by saying present. Director Gregory. Present. Director Song. Present. Director Clark. Present. Director Cook.
Present.
And I am present. Vice President Cook, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah, can we check the mics? They're not working.
Now it is.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You just got to tap it a couple times.
Test. Yes.
Good. That's better. Yep, wonderful. Thank you. Welcome. I love seeing so many people here tonight. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in the board meeting and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing via our live stream. The purpose of a board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of 1 per person per board meeting. 1 additional comment per person may be submitted for a public hearing topic if there's a public hearing topic on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting, but must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once this report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the agenda review. Students will be the first to speak on any topic during the student voice portion of the agenda, which takes place immediately following this opening. General public comments from non-students will be heard during preliminary communication from the audience. Any remaining comments, whether from students or non-students, will be heard at specific agenda items and during the final communication from the audience. Student comments will be heard first on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to the beginning of your testimony. Abuse of public comments personally directed towards the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in the Policy 1400 Meeting Conduct, Order of Business, and Quorum. If you're seated in an overflow room, there is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide them directly to safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. We now move to Section 1.06. Director Gregory, will you please read our land acknowledgement?
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you very much. We now move to our agenda review, 1.07. Superintendent Vela, is there any changes to the agenda?
President Margill, there are no changes to the agenda.
Is there a motion from the board?
Move to approve the agenda as printed.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded. Now we are open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, a motion has been made and seconded for approval of the agenda as written. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. We now move to our student voice section. Could we get the roll call for comments?
We have, President Margill, we have so far 1 in-person student comment and 3 in-person general comments. We have no general comments online or written comments, and 1 video comment, which will play at the appropriate time. And so right now, I do have 1 student comment, and looks like there are more coming in.
Okay, so just to make sure that I have this correct, 1 general student comment, 3 non-student general comments, and 1 non-student general video comment. Perfect, okay, great. Talon Frey?
Hi, my name is Talon Fry, and I'm here today to talk about the problems of I'm a senior at Kentwood High School, and I'm here to talk about the problems of our bathrooms and their proper usage. I've noticed as a student of Kentwood, that we have a couple of bathrooms locked and inaccessible to students pretty consistently. And I find out that it's either due to vandalism, students hanging around in the bathroom to skip class, or for vaping. And I don't understand why we close our bathrooms for this. My question is, why do we make our bathrooms inaccessible to students wanting to properly use the bathroom because of a small amount of kids misusing the bathroom? Thank you.
We now move on to public comments, and we have 3 of them.
Sorry, President Margell.
Yes.
I see a few, I think, students that might have blue papers up here. I wonder if we want to make sure that they're able to go and take care of that first, if they want to turn them in and talk now, so that they can go back home and get some sleep before going to school.
They will have time to do that before, we just have to have them in before our
Legislative.
legislative report.
I understand. I just wanted to give them the opportunity to turn them in right now, if they would like to, because this is our normal student speaking time. Are there any students that would like to
What
turn
we
in their
can do,
comments?
President Margell, what we can do is start with because I'm sure they're filling them out, start with our general, and then when they're ready, we can just start them.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yes, they can always be added into general. They're just, the time is set aside that they are first.
Yeah.
Yes. The first one that I'd like to invite up is Hayden McManus.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Vela, and guests. My name is Hayden McManus. I'm a teacher at Meeker Middle School, and I'm here to appeal to the board to grant us more teaching space in the form of 2 portables for our school. Our principal, Bree Devlin, has been asking for these portables since the 6th grade roll-up in 2023. After being denied many times, I'm here to plead for the board's assistance. Our current enrollment represents an increase of 81 students since that 2023 school year. We have students who were unable to enroll this year at our school because of the lack of teachers and classroom space. The last count of our enrollment was 854 students. The district seems to think we could fit all of those students into our existing classrooms because we have about 30 people per class, 6 periods per day. Here's why those numbers don't always work. This year, we added a new program, which requires 1 classroom all day for 7 students. We also have 15 individual ed classes and 6 multilingual education classes, each of which has a minimum far below the number of students allowed in a general education classroom. We currently have 34 classes taught in a room shared between 2 teachers. That means teachers are being forced out of their room during planning periods, and some have no place to keep their belongings or student instructional materials. To effectively support student ownership and instructional scaffolding, it is essential that teachers have access to individual classrooms rather than shared spaces. When teachers have designated classrooms, they can create routines, display student work, and tailor the physical space to meet the developmental and academic needs of their students. Additionally, scaffolding requires thoughtful planning and continuity, which is disrupted when teachers must adapt to shared or rotating environments. Providing teachers with individual classrooms is not just a logistical preference. It is a foundational requirement for high-quality, student-centered instruction. This is not even considering the one IBT'd elementary school teacher who teaches all of her classes in a lecture hall-style room that was previously used for assessments and other special activities. Now that space is not available for those special uses, and the teacher is in a space not suited to providing her best to her students. I am the multilingual curricular lead at Meeker, and among my responsibilities is to run the annual WIDA English Proficiency Test. Because we have no available classrooms and our library is not a secure testing environment, we will be testing students in the cafeteria for the first time ever. This not only goes against the WIDA best practices, it makes it very difficult for our custodial and nutrition services staff to serve and clean up both breakfast and lunch for the 2-month window we need to complete the WIDA testing. I also help facilitate a much-needed program run by the International Rescue Committee to help refugee students. This year, we do not have a classroom available for them to meet, and we are considering whether or not we can host this program. Goal 3 of the Kent School District Strategic Plan is building equitable systems in school environments. The environment at Meeker is neither equitable to teachers nor students.
Thank you, Ms. McManus.
Please approve our request for 2 portables. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Perky.
Hi, my name is Dan Perky. I'm a Kent resident. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I'd like to address the unacceptable percentage of students who are not performing at grade level expectations for math. Before the OSPI recently lowered their standards in September, which is a subject for another day, that number was about 60%. 60% not performing to grade level. We are failing our kids with results like that. We need to admit that what we're doing is not working, so we need to do something different. I came here tonight with a solution that can have a significant positive impact on that 60% number. Before that, though, I'd like you to understand that I have some credentials to lend to my credibility to my proposal. I have a BA in education with an emphasis in math and natural sciences from the University of Washington. I graduated cum laude and Phi Beta Kappa. I was named Outstanding Male Graduate of the College of Education. I had a short career as a teacher, short because of the lack of tenure and low wage issues. But I did teach math at Franklin High School in Seattle, and I substitute taught for about 10 years ago in the Kent, Highline, and Renton school districts. The common theme I found in math classes was many kids did not know their multiplication tables. Knowing multiplication tables is fundamental to success in math. Fundamental. For example, I taught physics as a permanent sub at Tyee High School. Physics. That's a high level of math application. Most of those students did not know their multiplication tables, yet they were shoved into a physics class in order to check a box. They were totally unprepared and set up for failure. So I have one trick question for you. Who on this board can tell me what percentage of third graders graduating in the Kent School District thoroughly know their multiplication tables? The answer, after having talked with the school district, is no one, because it's not tested. No one in the Kent School District knows, because it's not tested. We don't know the answer to a fundamental, foundational component of success in math. I'm asking the school board to implement a policy that requires separate testing specifically for 100% proficiency in multiplication tables up to the 12 times 12 in under 7 minutes for 3rd through 8th grades to make sure that that knowledge will stick. Somehow we've gone off the path. We've incorporated strategy as opposed to tactics and practical application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Duncan McManus.
Good evening. Duncan McManus. I'm a resident and I've got a kid in the district. Saturday, November 8th, Let's Go Washington held a super signer event at Kent Ridge High School, gathering signatures for IL 26001 and IL 26638. For those of you unaware, IL 26001 and 638 is the latest batch of anti-trans legislation disguised as parental rights that Let's Go Washington is throwing in our direction. When I spoke to the people at the event, I was told that the facility was rented to them by the district. And yes, I did see the flyer with the small writing that says this event is not a school-sanctioned event. Here's the thing, if I go to your school and I park in the parking lot, the same place I drop my kid off at every day, if I walk onto your campus and I enter your gymnasium, I'm actually at an event sanctioned by the school. This is their strategy when looking for locations. Please beware. You tie yourselves to them by allowing them to use your facility. RCW 42.17a.555 prohibits the use of public facilities for purpose of promotion or opposition to any ballot proposition. How did this happen? More than that, what was the message sent? I think for any students on campus, and there were students on campus despite it being a Saturday, I think the theater kids were there, for any students driving by, for any allies driving by, the message sounds like, for 5 days a week we put up with your noise, but come Saturday, here's how it really is. Here's who we really are. By the way, kid, you were never really safe here anyway. Please protect our institutions. Public education is under literal existential threat. Our integrity is one of the only things holding it all together. This is more important now than ever before. Please do not sell out your integrity for the price of a building rental. Please donate to your local food bank. Donald Trump wants to kill poor people. Thank you for your time.
And we have one video comment.
Yes.
To meeting participants, Kelly Coleman, the father of a son in the inclusive education program at his respective school. Apologies for not being there in person, but I've also written down my speech here to ensure that I'm within the 3 minutes. I'm bringing a concern, a continued concern of my son's academic progress that is being hindered by the school's decision not to follow his IEP. Despite repeated requests for simple information, the school hasn't produced the clear strategy for his education or lesson plans, which I have a right to review. The school is deflecting my concerns, hasn't designated a point of contact for me to work through this issue, and has delegated authority in ways that's just disorganized. I don't know who to engage at the school level. The school hasn't and isn't providing immediate answers to my questions, but wants to postpone for a meeting which has now been scheduled for December 8th. And since there's little transparency at this point in time, I've had to file a formal records request to get information just to see the status of my son, how we got here, and how best to prepare for the December 8th meeting. A little backdrop or background, if you will. On the 13th of October, I requested homework to come home. When I saw that, I was alarmed and sent an email back to the school on the 20th, which sharing with them that the homework was well below his capabilities, and so I needed to understand what the plans were moving forward. That's yielded 20 back and forth email communications with the teachers, the principals, as well as the inclusive education team for the district. It's counterproductive at this point in time. I need the very first of 4 requests to simply give me the learning plans, the objectives, and the sequencing of work. That's all I need for a starting point. So from a board perspective, my ask is that I get support to ensure that the school is prepared and can provide the information that I've requested in emails, which I'm happy to share, that if possible to expedite the records so I have those to adequately prepare for that meaningful meeting, and to enforce or develop a process to ensure that parents who have the same struggles in inclusive education don't have to go through the same hoops that I did. I do remain cautiously optimistic, but I got to be honest, it's fading fast. I'm expecting partnership, not perfection, partnership that's going to be authentic, admit when we're wrong, and help me as a parent be an advocate for my son to get the best education that he can in the school district. I have a lot of great ideas, happy to share them. Please reach out. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. I do have one more student to see if they would like to go on now during this time. Mackenzie Palmer.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie Palmer, and I'm a senior at Kenwood High School. Today I would like to talk about my rising concern about students not standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I believe that standing for the Pledge of Allegiance is a moment to show respect for our country. It is not exactly about agreeing with everything in our country, but respecting those who have fought for our rights and our freedom. We should stand together because standing for the pledge is not about politics and it's about respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Looks like we have one more coming up. There will be additional time that we will have one more section. It will just be at the end if for any ones that are received before the legislative report. For Huai Wen.
Okay, hi. So my name is Hui Wing. I'm from Kowloon High School. So for the foreign policy that you guys been doing this school year, I think this is a great idea. But the problem is a lot of teachers, they are not doing like the proper way because a lot of them do not enforce the foreign policy with the thing that the guiding the teacher has to do with it. Also, during class period time, students are not supposed to go hang around the school property or our school property. But I have found that a lot of them have been doing that with their phone with themselves at the same time, which indicate that the teacher do not take care of the foreign policy as well as they have to do. And that's why you guys were hoping for and all the parent consent for that, because using phone during class time or outside of class time is not a great idea because it's wasting learning material and not having a good proper education. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move on to our next section, which is our recognition, and I get to lead us off today. And have a proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month and Day. Whereas the month of November is recognized nationally as Native American Heritage Month, a time to honor and celebrate the enduring histories, diverse cultures, and immeasurable contributions of Native American, Alaska Native, and Indigenous peoples. And whereas the Kent School District acknowledges that our schools are located on the ancestral lands of the Coast Salish peoples, specifically the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, descendants of the Duwamish and Upper Puyallup people who have lived in this region since time immemorial. And whereas the Muckleshoot Indian tribe continues to play a vital role in the culture, educational, and economic life of the Puget Sound region, upholding traditions of stewardship, sovereignty, and community that strengthen our collective future. And whereas Kent School District recognizes the deeply held values, the continuing education and support provided by the Office of Native Education within Washington Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction, which assists school districts in meeting the educational needs of American Indian and Alaska Native students, students who greatly enrich our district through their unique perspectives, leadership, and cultural heritage. And whereas Native American Heritage Month and Native American Heritage Day invite reflection, education, and appreciation for the histories, innovations, and resilience of the Native peoples, and serve as a reminder of our shared responsibility to advance equity and truth in education. And whereas the Kent School District is committed to honoring the sovereignty of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe and all indigenous native nations by ensuring that Native voices, histories, and experiences are represented and respected across our curriculum, policies, and community partnership to deepen understanding and strengthen relationships rooted in respect and, I'm going to have a hard time pronouncing, you're going to reciprocate. Thank you. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Kent School District Board of Directors does hereby recognize November 2025 as Native American Heritage Month and November 28th, 2025 as Native American Heritage Day within Kent School District. Signed this 12th day of November 2025 by the Board of Directors and Israel Vela, Secretary to the Board. And I believe today on our agenda we have the new land acknowledgement that's accepted by the board that is on our agenda today, and so we're excited to be able to discuss that. Our next proclamation, and thank you for bearing with me and getting through some of those words. Item 4.02, Proclamation of American Education Week. Director Clark.
Yes, whereas public education is the backbone of our democracy, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas by equipping young students with both academic and social growth, schools give them hope for and equitable access to a productive future. And whereas public education employees, be they teachers, guest teachers, higher education faculty and staff, custodians, administrators, bus drivers, clerical staff, food service professionals, skilled trades workers, health and student service workers, security guards, technical employees, librarians, education support professionals, or other support staff work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. And whereas public schools are the foundations of neighborhoods and communities, bringing together parents and children, educators and volunteers, business leaders and elected officials in a common purpose, now therefore be it resolved that the Kent Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaim the week of November 17th through 21 as American Education Week in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance.
Director Clark, how long did you teach in public schools?
28 years and another 10 at the community college.
Thank you. Thank you for your service to our community. Our last proclamation, 4.03, National School Psychology Week. Director Song?
Whereas one of Kent School District's goal is to prepare all students to be college and career ready by collaborating and consulting with staff and families on best practices that will help advance student achievement. And whereas school psychologists have expertise in mental health, learning, and behavior, which help students succeed academically, behaviorally, emotionally, and socially. And whereas data assessments are collected through evaluations conducted by school psychologists by building rapport and trust with students. And whereas school psychologists help students develop their individual abilities to self-regulate, learners, which include setting individual learning goals, designing and learning process to achieve those specific goals, and assessing the results to determine if the goals were achieved. And whereas National School Psychology Week is an opportunity to raise public awareness of the importance of having psychologists present at each school to help all children and youth become the best students they can be. And whereas this year's theme is Finding Your Path, highlighting the vital role of school psychologists in supporting students and communities. Now, therefore be it resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors proclaims November 3rd through the 7th, 2025 as National School Psychology Week and urges all citizens to recognize the importance of school psychologists to guide this generation and provide future generations a better chance for success. Signed this 12th day of November, 2025.
Thank you, Director Song. We now move to section 5.01, Panther Lake Elementary presentation, and I'd like to call upon Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. I would like to call to the dais our podium, our Executive Director of School and Leadership Success, Dr. Kathy Emmerich, to begin our presentation.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Fella, Ms. Curry, it is such a pleasure for me to be up here tonight and introduce Pam Pogson and Amanda Lattin, Principal and Assistant Principal at Panther Lake. When I voluntold Pam that she was going to be presenting tonight, I literally said, you have amazing things happening at Panther Lake, and it's really time that her quiet leadership gets kind of blown up and shared with the world. So she's here tonight with Amanda to present all the wonderful things that are leading for impact. I'm going to leave you with a quote from a member from the Associated Principals of Washington State, I got that backwards, AWSP, who says, Pam, you are a lighthouse, not just for your students and colleagues, but for your entire community. And even for people like me who get to witness the light you shine, your leadership is a beautiful reminder that there is real magic happening in schools every single day, and it deserves to be celebrated and shared far and wide. So without further ado, I bring up Pam and Amanda from Panther Lake.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Bella, Ms. Curry, guests. Pam Pogson, a proud principal of Panther Lake, and this is my assistant principal, Amanda Latin. We're very happy to be here to celebrate what's happening at Panther Lake. As you can see from our demographic slide, we are a little different than a lot of schools in the district, with our highest percentage of minorities being Asian. That is mostly due to our Afghanistan population that identifies as Asian. We have several specialized programs at Panther Lake, ASC, IP, a robust MLL program, and a high cap program with a strong Promise Scholar program as well. Our top languages, as you can see, we have quite a few, with our second highest being Dari. One of the stats that I was shown, and I'm very proud of, is we have 28% of our staff are BIPOC. I've intentionally hired to have teachers in front of our students that look like them. And we've been able to retain that staff as well as long as I've been there. So we're very proud of that fact. We're going to look at some of our data. This is SBA data for ELA by year. It shows that our third graders have exceeded baseline pre-COVID, and we can continue to attribute the CKLA skills lessons being taught with fidelity to that continued growth. For overall iReady, we can tell that our students are growing and working hard with our communities to help maintain that growth throughout the summer and decreasing the summer slide, which has been our focus. We had nearly 3 times as many students grow from the fall to the spring and make that growth. So we're making the growth once we get them. It's now retaining it through the summer and bringing it back in the fall.
While our math scores are inconsistent, we have started our math intervention focusing on number sense with our primary students with the goal of eliminating the need of students needing intervention as they roll up into intermediate grades. Our growth towards grade level is working, and we're continuing to focus on building number sense with our interventions so students can continue to show this growth. Last year, we started a focus in our SIP on science, and we are focusing on teaching units with consistency across grade levels and alignment between grade levels, ensuring that standards are hit. So, for attendance, it's been a tricky story at Panther Lake. Collaborating with our CIS, Communities and Schools Coordinator, leadership has focused on positive support and attendance intervention, including home visits, attendance bingo sheets for students who have struggled to make it to school on time every day, and individual student goal setting. We are continuing to work on mentorships and partnerships to increase student attendance. As you can see, our highest chronic absence rate falls under inclusive ed. We have several medically fragile students who are served in our ASC program, along with our social worker, and again, our Communities and Schools site coordinator. We continue to create attendance plans that meet the needs of each individual student.
Two years ago, Panther Lake was identified as a Tier 3 school by OSPI. We were shocked, but we intentionally moved forward and focused our subgroups on our Tier 1 instruction, and were able to raise all of our subgroups above the median line, including our students with disabilities, above that threshold, and that was within a 2-year period. So our school improvement plan, we aligned to the district goals. But before we delve too deeply, we want to celebrate Panther Lake just a little bit. In 2024, we received the inaugural Belonging Award for our work around creating culture of belonging at Panther Lake, as well as the OSPI Washington State Recognized School for Growth on the SBA. This year, We were able to receive the School on the Rise Award for our continued work on building a culture of belonging and showing growth in those areas. So for our school improvement goals, this year we have each grade level focusing on one essential standard to get all students at that grade level. We found intentionality with our Tier 1 instruction has helped move growth forward. So we meet every 2 weeks to monitor progress towards that goal. GLAD strategies are being used, and our MLE staff are doing co-teaching, and we do very robust intervention program that we are now working our interventionist out of a job. For our math goal, we have students working on those one essential standards that we're really focused on intentionally. We are also rolling out the building thinking classrooms with the expectation being that it is done at least once every week. Our math interventions are being targeted this year mostly at grades 1 and 2 to build that focus on number sense, because we're finding kids aren't rolling up with that number sense. This is our second year of doing that, and it's the receiving grades have noticed a huge difference in that. Our science goal that we've added for the last 2 years is intentionally teaching of that science unit. In August during pre-service, we aligned our standards so that each grade level was doing one that was needed for the next grade level. And this year, we're intentionally adding 2 units into that time frame.
Last year, Panther Lake was excited to be offered the opportunity to pilot the Panorama Cell Social Emotional Learning Survey for our students in grades 3 through 5. We used that data to continue to raise student voice on issues that was important to students. We work to prevent discipline rather than react to it by ensuring that each student has at least one trusted adult to go to in the building. We intentionally taught students and staff how to use the reset process independently to help regulate their emotions. And now we are super excited to bring up our student we have chosen to highlight, Johnny Alejandro Arboleda. We have chosen Johnny because he's an amazing role model for all of our students and staff at Panther Lake. He demonstrates our virtues and our school expectations every day. He was our student for 2 years who has demonstrated the most growth in iReady, and he has participated in our student leadership team and is a student that all teachers would want in their classroom.
Thank you very much.
Johnny, that is the best bouquet I've seen in a long time. And just because all the board wants to get close to it and maybe steal a piece of candy from, no, we won't. Could we get a picture with you and maybe one with you and your family? Great, thank you.
Three, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Three, 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
I couldn't get out of the frame. Look at my head.
Thank you very much to Johnny and his family. Thank you. And thank you very much to Principal Pogson. We will give them just a moment. Our next section is 5.02, our strategic plan. And again, I call on Superintendent Vela.
Thank you, President Margell. As you know, we have come to the board each year with our quarterly reports on our strategic plan implementation. And tonight, our Senior Executive Director of Technology and Community Partnerships, Mr. Spencer Pan, will begin the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. It's pretty challenging coming on the heels of Johnny and the Panther Lake team, so hoping for a little bit of grace in that. But I also think that it sets the stage well for the information that we'll share with you tonight, in that we have a commitment to sharing the progress around our strategic plan and that more macro view of where we are in terms of the targets that we set several years ago and that are outlined in our 5-year plan, right? So with that, I have two of our colleagues who will be sharing information and highlights as part of a year-long process, as our superintendent outlined. And just remembering that this is the first meeting when we share in the fall, captures where we are in terms of aggregate data for the year around our key performance indicators, as well as our progress on key strategies that we believe will make a difference in those areas. Now, with that, I think it's critical to note that not all of our strategies will come out of the gate working the way we expected and intended them to do. So you're going to see some areas where we see substantial successes, and also areas where we see opportunities to revisit how our strategies are working. And so with that, I'm going to introduce to you our Director of Accountability and Strategy, Sarah Dunlao, who with our colleague, Project Specialist, Allison Liao, will guide the rest of the time we have this evening with you.
Awesome. Thank you, Spencer, and thank you, Board, for your time this evening. President Margell, members of the Board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Curry. Again, thank you. We are excited tonight to share commitments of KSD's students, staff, family, and communities as the Kent School District continues to keep our strategic plan focused going forward. Now in year 3 of our Building Bridges 2023-2028 plan, we are highlighting tonight the intended outcomes and combined efforts that we are excited to share in our classrooms and in our schools. Guided by core values of equity, excellence, and community, we are working together as a system to bring forward so all students have the opportunities to learn, grow, and thrive. In last week's board newsletter, we went ahead and we provided the board an update on each of our strategic plan initiatives. We also provided the board a link to our strategic plan dashboard. We also provided the board updates on key metrics that we provided the board last year as well. So tonight, as Spencer mentioned, Allison Liao, our project specialist, will walk through the status of those priority initiatives, as well as discuss how the teams are working together to meet their established success criteria. Before Allison begins, I will walk through some key metrics to really demonstrate growth, to acknowledge decline, but where partnerships were established to continue to look at those metrics, as well as celebrate 2 metrics that have met their 2028 target. So before we get to those metrics this evening, I want to just continue to remind the board around the fact that this slide deck has the link to the strategic plan dashboard. To find the dashboard, it's really important for the board and our community to know that you go to our website and go to our About page, down to strategic plan. There, click on that link. You will then get to our full strategic plan, our goals, our mission, vision, and values of our district, and the strategic plan dashboard. The dashboard is up to date with data that we know from the 24-25 school year. There are a few metrics we are still waiting for OSPI to finalize for the board's information. So as we kick off, we have 5 metrics we want to show you this evening within each of our 4 goals. So within goal number 1, metric 1.4, the percentage of students demonstrating growth in mathematics on our district benchmark assessment, the iReady tool, improved to 48% up from 43% from a year ago. This metric currently measures the typical growth goal. The typical growth goal of this metric is assigned after that initial fall assessment and then later reviewed in the spring after that spring assessment to determine if the students have met their typical growth goal. Though we are encouraged by this progress, we have a lot of work to go, and we know that. And so it's essential that we continue to focus on instructional supports and strategies to maintain and accelerate this progress. Also, under Goal 1, we've chosen 1.8, which is the percentage of students that have earned college credit through dual credit courses. So currently, that metric is up to 58.9% from 55% a year ago. So within this metric, we have high schools that are offering in-house 2 programs, College in the High School and Career and Technical Education, or CTE. Those programs, in partnership with Green River College, Highline College, and Renton Technical, to name just a few of those partnerships, are offering courses such as 3D modeling, creative engineering, welding, marketing, commercial art, to name just a few of the dual credit courses that we are offering our students as a pathway to graduation. It's also worth noting, though, that we have other college courses that we offer in our high schools, though that only may earn college credit through the assessment of testing. So advanced placement, or AP, and international baccalaureate, or IB, those students that take those courses and complete those, they also must take an assessment test. And if they earn a 3 score or higher, will they then earn that college credit. Under Goal 2, metric 2.2, the percentage of staff reporting a sense of belonging. This actually dipped just slightly to 64% from 65%. Through this work, we are partnering with Panorama to gather data from staff and student voice to create targeted supports. This is in collaboration with Teaching and Learning and Human Resources to really kind of focus in on how we can continue to support both staff and students, their sense of feeling in their school and office. Under Goal 3.3, which is the number of schools provided school supplies, we are excited to tell you that we have met this 2028 target of serving all 44 schools. Over 25,000 students received core supplies at the start of this school year. We updated the board in September with all the logistics of this initiative, from pallets and supplies delivered to our community partners that provided supplies and volunteers to make sure that this initiative was able to be launched and successful for our students. We are also currently, in September, we offered office hours to our stakeholders, wanting to hear from them what did they actually learn from this experience, and really kind of our successes and areas for improvement. What we heard, number one, from our school stakeholders is that families were so appreciative that our district took the time and resources to make this happen for them and their families. The other feedback, though, we also heard from principals was, logistically it was challenging. First year in, it was just not known the volume of pallets and supplies. That was even with volunteer and KSD staff support. So it was really a collaborative effort across the board to make this happen. And then currently, sorry, one more thing. Currently, just want to inform the board as well that we are currently gathering input on kind of supplies, types of supplies, brands, quantities, areas, again, as we kind of continue to look towards 26, 27. And then under Goal 4, metric 4.2, so the percentage of employees retained annually. We actually have exceeded our 2028 target of 90.4%, really demonstrating employee engagement, professional development opportunities, and really it's something that we're really proud of, that we've been able to retain staff to these levels. So I think with that, I am excited to now pass over to Allison. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, everyone. So before I jump into updating everyone on the strategic initiatives, I wanted to talk a little bit about the project priority initiative life cycle and take this time to kind of disambiguate the difference between project, priority initiative, and the statuses of in progress and complete, because there seems to be still a lot of questions about those particular things. So as far as a priority initiative go, it's a time-bound project. So every priority initiative is a project. So occasionally you'll hear me refer to it as a project, which is not incorrect, but it is a specific project oriented or, basically built to drive the strategic plan goals. So that's what makes these projects a strategic or priority initiative. How does it advance? Oh, thank you. Okay, so the first stage of any project or strategic initiative is the initiation phase. And this is the phase when we decide, what's the need? Why are we doing this? Like, who's gonna be involved? Just like more of a high level of the project. Next phase is the planning phase, and here's where we get more in the weeds with things. What's the scope? What's the timeline? What's the success criteria? Which is also a very important thing in order to finish a project, is define the success criteria in terms of a time-bound project. The next phase would be the implementation phase. So here's the phase when we actually do the work. Here's, we're implementing something, a system, a new process. We're creating deliverables like documentation or, anything, depending on the project, they're all gonna be different. So when I say a project is in progress or in process, these three phases are what I mean. Once the tasks are done and the deliverables are met, we evaluate, make sure the success criteria established during the planning phase has been met, and that's when I report that one of these strategic priority initiatives is complete. It doesn't mean that the work is done. It means we implemented the thing and now we live with the new thing that we just made and we continue on with it. So after completion, we still go on to do other tasks. We just don't necessarily report them in this format that I'm doing right now. So we do an after-action review. So that basically consists of how do we do the project better next time? So it's really a review of how the project management went and how we can do it better next time. Then we have continuity planning, and this is more for projects which will be extended year over year. Not necessarily the project, but the implementation, the process, how are we gonna ensure that it's successful over time? And then, the ongoing reporting, and in this case, it's the metrics, the dashboard metrics that we just covered, or Sarah just covered. So one thing I just wanna make sure everyone is clear on is that every strategic initiative is a project, but not every project is a strategic initiative. So hopefully that kind of cleared some things up. And now I will move on to the updates. So beginning with goal 1, we have instructional leadership, MTSS, and STEM City of Kent projects still in progress. And we have completed the K-12 literacy and mathematics initiatives. The instructional leadership project, currently they are working on Leadership Academy walks aligned to school improvement plan practice strategies and in anticipation of the school improvement plan metrics coming in this winter. MTSS, schools right now are using the MTSS rubric for progress monitoring. This winter, they'll begin work on developing and piloting the cumulative MTSS module, and planning for year 2 system-wide coherence. STEM City of Kent partnerships, currently coordinating tours, speakers, just finished the Future in Flight Expo with 26 vendors, or 26 industry partners, and again, super awesome write-up of this in the board newsletter if you want to see more about this. And then going forward this winter, recruiting students for AJAC youth apprenticeships and expanding work-based learning. So as far as the completed initiatives, we have K-12 literacy, and the primary success criteria for that was early implementation of CKLA, and that was completed. There is still work being done on CKLA and core curriculum, benchmarking data, and all of that, but that may be a project to come in the future, but as far as success criteria for this initiative, that was complete. Then we also have we completed a landscape analysis for math. So using a benchmark data collected through surveys and walkthroughs, developed strategies for professional development and needs-based resources aligned to building thinking classrooms, amongst other things. Moving on, we have goal 2. So we have currently in progress the Student Leadership Opportunities Initiative. So this really had 3 primary avenues of work that were scoped out for this project, and that was the student voice policy, which is currently being worked on. Last reported, students were looking at partner districts to see what they had come up with, if they had anything similar. And then a student voice toolkit, which we hope to launch in this winter along with governance and communication. And then middle school and high school councils have resumed their monthly meetings. Middle school and high school are currently looking at Panorama student climate survey data to help inform how we can increase our positive outcomes for student climate. As far as completed projects, mental health partnership evaluation. So the success criteria for this project really was to create documentation, a rubric, and a path of how to evaluate mental health partners. That documentation is available for any staff member if they would like to use it or look at it at the following link there. Then we have goal 3. The sports and ASB participation is still in progress. We did quite a bit of landscape analysis here as well and analyzed the data. And right now, the team is working on developing a communication strategy, marketing strategy to get more activity engagement, but also this winter, hope to roll out a activity tracking in final forms. So some activities are tracked in final forms, but not all of them. So when we look up how many kids are involved with activities, don't really know. We know how many are involved with sports. So we hope to get that uniformly used by middle school, high school. Then we have school supply availability. As Sarah mentioned, we were able to launch that to 44 schools at the beginning of this school year, and that completed the success criteria for this project. However, we are definitely working on the continuity planning for this project, especially in lieu of the budget stuff that's been happening. We want to make sure we can be able to continue the project if possible. We have goal 4, initiative status, affinity-based opportunities is still in progress. For this, we have created a affinity group hub site on StaffLink and created the first affinity group team site, which is the Kent Educators of Color Network. Right now, the teams are actively loading these sites with content. So those are still being worked on. Another important piece of the puzzle is a way that people can ask to become an affinity group or, apply for to become an affinity group and what an affinity group actually means. So all of that stuff has been documented, and that hopefully will all be launched this coming winter. And then as far as inclusive spaces, hold on, I had an extra note on that. So inclusive spaces was also is also in the status of complete, as you know, a rubric has been created, a documentation has been created, what an inclusive space means is defined, how to become an inclusive space, the process has been documented, and it now has a driving force or home where it can live going forward. And I believe that is all I have. Oh, wait. Nope, that's it. Just kidding. All right, thanks everyone. Sarah?
Awesome, Allison, thank you so much for that robust update for our board around our priority initiatives. So now we open the floor for the board to allow some questions. Allison and I will do our absolute best to answer based off of our roles and responsibilities, around the strategic plan and this information we presented to you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you describe for the community what is Panorama? I know what it is, but I'm sure people in the audience don't know. We talk about Panorama, and I'm thinking, camera? Are we looking at a camera? But can you describe what it is and how we use that data?
So thank you so much, Director. So actually, I see Dr. Kim is kind of walking this way, though I know that she would like to not come up unless asked to. But so I will do my very best. So as I was informed about what Panorama is, it's really a tool that we can use to really kind of stretch the data we're collecting and then really kind of create interactive reports to really kind of then create targeted supports, which is kind of what I mentioned kind of in the beginning. And I know it does probably a lot more amazing things that I'm just not familiar with, but I just wanted to at least answer to the best of my knowledge.
So it's like a Power BI interface. It allows us to mine data and customize reports out of it.
Dr.
I
Kim,
just want to give a.
yeah, she'll add additional information regarding.
Just to add to what Sarah just shared, it is a social emotional learning survey, and it is used for students, and it can be used for adults, which we are adding as our staff climate survey this year. It gives you information around students' sense of belonging, their social emotional environment, the rigor of learning. And then you can disaggregate that data because it's linked to our student information system. You can look by school, by grade level, race, ethnicity, program, and it gives us more targeted information so we can be more strategic in the ways that we are intervening and we're responding when a specific student group might say, I don't have a sense of belonging. So.
And then we can address it. Principals can go in and say, hey, this group, this body of students is not feeling heard or seen.
Absolutely.
And then we can engage quickly to
Yes.
really ensure that we're doing that. And now we're going to have staff data in it, correct?
Yes.
And now we'll be able to do the same thing for the workers that are working there that support all these people.
Yeah, and how exciting is that to triangulate if adults are not having a sense of belonging and students are as well?
Right.
Could there be a connection or a correlation there? And so now we have this opportunity by looking at adult data and student data. And it is informing our school improvement plan, climate, culture and climate goals as well.
Yeah, that's exciting. It's
Yeah.
exciting to have this available to us, because to do this manually, because that's how a lot of people who have to do it, you have to do it manually, and then you're truing up the data to be able to do that from a query system is phenomenal.
The dashboard is really efficient and user-friendly too.
Yeah, looking at the dashboard, we see that there's a lot of the metrics that are trending in the right direction. However, there are a handful where we're seeing trend in the wrong direction. Some of the critical areas leaning around the curriculum. And the other one that I thought was interesting in terms of a downward trend was the number of staff members or percentage of staff members who are engaging in professional development geared and centered around the improvement of instruction and curriculum. And so I'd be interested in just seeing a report or a data or just some brief explanation in the future, doesn't have to be now, of what some of those variables might be and what are some of the barriers that we're seeing that's resulting in the downward trend.
Excellent, thank you. Director Song.
Well, just in terms of inclusive metrics, when you're actually going into a particular grade, is there a backdrop in terms of other assessments prior to this that had impact on how you shape those metrics?
Fantastic question, Director, thank you. So we begin testing, actually pre-K, but kindergarten, through WalkKids. The state has that WalkKids assessment. But the district also has iReady, and we can test that as early as kindergarten. So iReady we use from K through 8, but really principals have the opportunity to either use WalkKids data in the fall for assessment, or they can actually opt into using that iReady tool. So that kind of kicks us off on kind of where our students begin, and then how we can then basically drive instructional supports for them through the year, and then as we then test them in the spring, it's then again identifying if they've met that typical growth goal. And then the kind of the SBAC, the Washington State Assessment Smarter Balance Test, that doesn't start until 3rd grade. So again, just to give you a sense on that as well.
Thank you.
This is a question that I had for Mr. Pan before, in that many of our goals seem to be establishing a goal as opposed to kind of really what it feels like we're driving towards in the end, right? We want kids to graduate on time, which our numbers are dropping on that. And our numbers are also compared to kind of the median where the state is at significantly below. I mean, 30% or more. The number of students hitting grade level proficiency for math, science, and English. And we're also seeing those numbers continue to drop. And so while I understand the need to do new things, right? And but how are we testing the efficacy of the things that we try to make sure that, because if our numbers continue to drop, let's say when we're showing demonstrated proficiency in the English language, right? Then what we're doing is not working. And so when do we stop doing what we're doing and do something different?
And I think that's the kind of age-old question, right? Is you have two elements of any sort of plan project implementation. One of them is, did we achieve our results because of a failure of implementation fidelity, right? Like if we didn't do our project according to the criteria we set out to do, then it's hard for us to ascertain whether or not that was an effective implementation. And I think that's that component of it. By providing these updates, by kind of executing these according to very set criteria of how we plan to implement, we have quite a certainty around, hey, we're implementing these well with a degree of fidelity. As to then, why aren't we achieving specific results that we hope to see, right? That's a much harder question to answer. I can't stand up here and tell you that, hey, it's because of these causal factors, right? When we do see that we're not achieving a specific result we'd like to see, and especially in that time trajectory that we've set out to accomplish, it's an opportunity for us to reassess that, exactly like you said. Go back, take a look. Is it around that there's other strategies we haven't implemented that we need to do? Are there successes maybe on a more micro scale, right? So you hear that when the schools come up and provide presentations, they see successes perhaps in different areas. What we share is a much more macro view, right? This is what's happening across the district as a totality. So I do think there's a couple things. Schools and the teams are working diligently and learn from each other as well. What are areas of success? Sometimes it's also implementation where we are within that, right? So when you think about something like math or ELA, right, that first step was just full system implementation of a curriculum that we know works, right? But then when we go through that and we have implementation, now the next piece is what do we need to adjust with it that will achieve the results we want? So I know that doesn't fully answer the question you're asking. It's one, I would say we have certainty around our implementation fidelity. Two would be some of these things we're looking at, we're sharing data around a macro scale and we want to learn at the micro level what is working, what's not. It's also getting to what you heard from Dr. Kim and others, right? Is these are high-level data that we're committed to in the strategic plan, but they're not the only data that tell us whether or not we're making progress towards something. So sometimes it's also important for us to look at the peripheral data sets that are adjacent to it. So I know that's not totally satisfactory.
No, it's not completely satisfying when you're looking at a 30-point differential.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, if we were talking, 3 points, come here, there, like, okay, I get the, testing, different teachers and things like that. And I guess this is just, we all want the best for our students, and I absolutely get that. Like, I have no doubt that that's the drive. I'm just wondering, when you talk about tweaks and adjustments, is that going to make 30 points different? And that's what I wonder.
It might not, right? But what I would look at is what you addressed it at the beginning. Doing the same thing, we know likely won't generate a different result. So we have to make some level of change. Now, the question is, what is not making change for the sake of making change? Mm-hmm. It is trying to implement other strategies that we have evidence to believe would be effective, right? And whether we learn from individual schools and say, it's been successful in these scenarios for these reasons, or we believe for those reasons, how do we implement that on scale? Or if it is wholesale changes, right? The magnitude of the change, I think those are things that across our system, teams, beyond just even these strategies that we share up here, this is the question that's being wrestled with at each individual building and within each department in the district.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I have a couple things. So the first one is I want to thank you for the new vocabulary word, disambiguate. I had never heard that word before, so I had to look it up myself as I'm sitting here. So thank you for that one. And the other question that I had is, what percentage of all of the ones that we have, I think there were 39 different metrics that we were using in the strategic plan. What percentage of them are we seeing progress in, and what percentage are we seeing, going down, and what are staying the same?
I don't have that right on hand for you, but the dashboard is accessible to everyone. So what we can do is go through there and examine those specific percentages and provide them. But the dashboard itself is publicly accessible, so we could run those figures.
I would also say that there's probably some of them that probably have more weighting than other ones.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, at least to me, and I guess the board would all need to say that, like, to me, graduation rate means a lot. And where you are in hitting your standards means a lot. Growth means something, but it's all to get to that place of meeting standard, right? And so just to say that, I don't know if I would say that all of the factors are equally weighted to me.
Okay. I also was wondering, how did you decide which to highlight in this? Like, what was your metrics used to decide which ones we're going to discuss tonight?
I think a couple things, right? We want to keep the time a little bit shorter in terms of the slides, so rather than going through every single one of these. In terms of the criteria used, we wanted to at least showcase several different things of each type, right? Some things that we saw some gains in, some things that we saw more of a lateral growth in, and then some things that we saw a decline, right? So some showcasing of, yeah, this is a snapshot of successes as well as things that aren't trending in the way we'd like to. I can't say that there was a specific, this was the criteria on the onset to select for, outside of just pulling, 4 or 5 different metrics, knowing that the rest of the dashboard itself is accessible publicly.
And so currently, we're looking, the strategic plan is used currently to plan for us trying to meet it by 2028. Is that the end, is 2028 this school year ending, or is that the beginning of school year 2028? So 2028, 29, or 27, 28?
I believe 27, 28.
Okay. And so are we, do you feel like we are making good progress across the board? Is it something that maybe we need to adjust our strategic plan so that maybe we can be more realistic with our goals? Because I'm looking at some of the data that I saw through this, and it seems like many of them were missing the mark. And I'm not saying that we should be making all of them, but maybe we want to look at adjusting so that things have changed over the past few years. We're seeing things that we're losing funding, and that may impact what we're able to do. And especially if particular funding is being lost, that's going to impact certain parts of this strategic plan greater than others. And so taking those into account, is that something that would be a good idea for us to start looking at so that we can kind of just rebalance at this point, especially given the changes in the country right now?
I'm happy to tackle that as kind of a two-part question, right? I think the first part of the question I heard, Vice President Cook, you mentioned was, should we make adjustments kind of on the goal for the strategic plan? And I would say, and I would speak on behalf of the district for this of, no, we shouldn't, right? Because we made a commitment as to what those targets are, how we were going to collect those. There might be some inconvenience in some of them, right? Because we set a target that, if we look at it, say, oh, that might look difficult to achieve given the span of time. But it's a commitment after vetting it through our processes, right, on the onset of it, that we said these are our targets. I think it's also a good lesson for all of ourselves. We learn from our students as well, right? Sometimes we will hit all those targets and sometimes we do not, right? But the more important component, I think, within it is what we do about that. So as we're trending off or we are seeing areas where we're not quite making the growth we want, those are opportunities for us and our teams to reassess, kind of regather, and try to figure out how to get closer to that, right? So I think that's the part one. Your second one, I would defer much more to our superintendent and to the board, because it's a much larger question than the strategic plan itself in terms of execution, right? So.
Yeah, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I do wonder if we might want to have maybe a work session or something on this to kind of reprioritize. Look at what we're seeing, see what our successes are, what challenges we found, and kind of just reassess so that we can determine, well, what I want to give our staff a chance to really be successful in these things. And so sometimes I feel like if you set a goal and you're nowhere near it, and you're continuing to be nowhere near it, it can sometimes be disheartening. And maybe that has nothing to do with our staff. Maybe our staff is doing an awesome job, but things outside their control are causing us some problems. And sometimes I just worry that maybe we're losing sight of that a little bit.
I would push back on that one. I think because we're looking at the data longitudinally right now on the efficacy of the curriculum of the programs, by adjusting it midway, we would skew that data that would then help us determine whether or not that curriculum was efficient or not. And so, and maybe I'll put this back on you guys, but I would expect that by the end of this, you guys would run a full analysis, like a regression analysis, to see what were some of those subjective components that might have influenced the outcomes of the data that we're seeing.
No, I appreciate both the questions. Those were both very good questions. And to your point, Director Song, from a strategic plan or systems perspective, absolutely right on curriculum implementation, definitely need the time, but you also need the data. I did want to say, the adjustments or should be made within the goals, and if students are not succeeding, what adjustments do you need to make right now on that strategy, right? But as far as the goal, definitely agree with you. I'll have Dr. Kim share a little bit more on that.
I'm sorry, now I can't help myself because I just heard a lot of things and I just want to be able to share some of the exciting work, recognizing the challenges, and we absolutely have the need for more growth, especially with our academic achievement. So that is something that is a priority in teaching and learning, and so I just want to make sure that I'm naming that publicly. We have other metrics that we use, like DIBELS, for progress monitoring. So based on the early literacy, or some call it the dyslexia legislation for early grade levels, if we identify iReady as a universal screener, then we use DIBELS when we identify that a student may have an early literacy deficit or an area that needs more growth. So we have other metrics that we use. There was a question earlier around what are some of the foundational metrics we use in addition to iReady and SBA. We are also doing some significant work in a multi-year journey being led by leaders from teaching and learning, and we now have all of our secondary school leaders have teams that are engaging in learning around standards-based learning. And standards-based learning leads to standards-based grading. And so that leads us to more accountability around proficiency to ensure that the content and the teaching is all at the rigor of the grade level. We recognize that there's also a need for adjustment in instruction. President Margell, you said, well, what's going to change? And what we recognize is that we need increased student engagement. And by doing that, we're looking at ways to increase professional development practices at the elementary and now some in the middle school level around building thinking classrooms. And that's a way that we can further engage students in their math learning. So yes, the numbers and operations are absolutely important, but if the students don't have the conditions that they need to engage in their learning, and classroom instruction may not feel like it's engaging, we have an opportunity and a recognition that we need to do things differently. You also heard from our Assistant Director of Multilingual Education, Gami Diaz, when he did a presentation a couple of weeks ago. And we are engaging in professional development across the district with GLAD, which is Guided Language Acquisition Design. And that allows all students to be able to access learning in more visual ways, more proactive physical ways for multilingual learners, but also for all students to benefit. And then last, my very favorite thing to talk about, street data. It's bringing in the voices of our stakeholders. So when we talk about adjustment of goals and metrics, I think the first thing that we need to do is take that panorama data. When we know that a specific student group says that they have a lower sense of belonging, we need to now invite their voices in and to unpack, why don't you have that sense of belonging? Why do you have a low sense of instructional rigor? That is one of the questions. And by understanding from the student voices what it would mean to increase instructional rigor or engagement or a sense of belonging, I think those metrics within the strategic plan would not remove them or replace them, but it would drill down and it would give us more information about how it's really going, because we recognize that many of the metrics are what street data calls satellite or really high-level data. So there's a lot of conversations and bodies of work. But the street data piece, I think it's really important to understand and know that that concept gives us more information on how we can do better by 2028, instead of just admiring a high-level metric. I'm gonna stop talking. Hopefully that answers some of your questions.
I think it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you, team.
I appreciate the follow-up on the strategic plan. I know that this obviously is a priority of the board and administration and our teachers all the way through. So it's good to hear that the progress and the blocks and where we are at it as we continue along the path towards 2028. Our next section is 5.03, capital projects. Again, I call on Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. I'd like to bring up Mr. Dave Buzzard, our Executive Director of Operations, to begin the presentation. He'll be joined by Mr. Brett Scribner, our Assistant Director of Capital Projects.
President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. Again, it's my pleasure to stand before you with Brett here as he is going to give us a capital update on our projects. I just want to remind, there's a lot of things that happen in the district. We can see data. We don't see a lot what the facilities people do because they're kind of hidden. This is the one group within the operations team that makes a major impact that we see when we build new buildings, when we build new parking lots, when we get multi-purpose rooms, even boilers. So I want to just turn this over to Mr. Brett Scribner, who has done a fantastic job taking over this team. And without further ado, kill him, Brett.
All right, thank you, Dave. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Curry. As introduced, I am Brett Scribner, Assistant Director of Capital Projects, and I appreciate the opportunity to go ahead and give you the capital projects update. I've said it before and I'll say it again. People often confuse capital and facilities. Although we are both under the umbrella of operations, the distinction is within the type of work we do. Facilities cleans, cares for, maintains, and repairs buildings, grounds, and systems throughout, where capital improves, rebuilds, remodels, or replaces them. So the mission of capital projects and the expectation of our team is simple. Within our work, we deliver exceptional services that create safe and inclusive learning environments for all students, staff, and community members with a primary focus on fiduciary responsibility. We are dedicated to achieving outstanding project results through collaboration, innovation, and integrity while fostering positive and professional relationships with contractors, architects, engineers, and other consultants. This is the Capital Projects Team org chart. As Assistant Director, I work with and oversee the Capital Projects Account Manager, Carla Wilkerson, Project Planner, Michael Corelli, Small Works Planner, Heather Mooney, and 2 project specialists, Cindy Keats and Linnell Mooney. Our team is supported through bond and levy funding for capital measures rather than general fund, allowing us the ability to increase or decrease workforce depending on project needs and management demand. Operationally, our team goes through seasons for most projects. We typically start planning and building project documents in the winter, preparing to bid in the spring, with work being performed through the summer and focusing on closeout procedures in the fall. Any of these durations can change due to longer design phases, lead time on materials, or other contributing factors. During these periods, we also track and manage smaller projects that follow their own timeline. All projects are managed by the project planner, Small Works Planner, and myself, with support from the project specialist and financial tracking and oversight by the account manager. Challenges and issues come with opportunities to improve both physical aspects of work as well as processes and procedures from lessons learned. Some of those challenges include completing projects while maintaining original scopes and budgets, keeping projects within budget while navigating unforeseen conditions, scheduling work around student, staff, and community use, keeping recently completed projects from being vandalized either intentionally or unintentionally, and also making sure product materials align with district standards and specifications. Solutions. The capital projects team is always looking for ways to improve and are open to ideas that allow us to navigate challenges with intention to minimize impact, whether this is with materials, communication, process, or other internal or external factors. Develop project requirements and balance expectations. This can be achieved by going through the scope and explaining the boundaries of the project to those involved. When unforeseen conditions or budget constraints require the use of additional funding, the information and requests are shared with the board for approval. Any work that can be performed throughout the school year, either during school or over holiday breaks, is scheduled and completed during that time to allow our team to focus on summer when the majority of the projects are in progress. And with guidance from the Kent School District Standards and Practices and support from facilities, the recently completed projects are monitored throughout the warranty period and beyond. Some of the pictures here you will see, we have the top row is the Kent Ridge D Wing. The picture on the left is while it was in progress of being built, and the picture on the right is the exterior upon completion. The middle row is the foundation and start of framing for the Scenic Hill Multimedia Center. And the bottom pictures you see there are the beginning phases when we had mobilization from our contractor for the Kent Ridge Field. And then the second picture is after clearing and grubbing. The 2016 bond update shows that there were 102 projects passed by voters, with 3 tennis courts separated out from field projects for tracking purposes and an added property purchase. We show 106 total projects, 96 of which have been completed to date, with 10 currently in progress. We anticipate to have all projects completed by the end of 2026. These tables also show project status in percentages. In these pictures, you will see the interior and exterior of the Springbrook multipurpose room. The top right picture is a photo of the Lake Young boilers that were replaced, and the bottom right picture is Fairwood classroom walls where partitions were replaced with solid framing and acoustic materials. The 2018 levy update, there were an original 307 projects, with 7 added through district recommendation and board approval, bringing us to 314 total tracked projects. 253 are completed to date, with 31 currently in progress and 30 not started. We anticipate to have the projects completed by the end of 2027. In these photos, the top left is of Meridian Middle. That is the refinishing of the gym floors, along with new bleachers and a curtain wall. Top right would be partitions that were replaced at Carriage Crest Elementary. The bottom left is the interior and exterior paint of Matson Middle, and the right-hand bottom right is the completed project for the Kentwood parking lot. Voters approved the capital and technology levy of $97 million in November 2024, of which $73 million will be provided to the capital projects team, supporting emergent needs critical to building operations and health and safety. This is not a large list, but the projects are imperative to district needs. We are currently working with consultants and engineers to complete design and enter the bidding process to move forward with work. We anticipate completing all projects by the end of the 28-29 fiscal year. The current spreadsheets with a high-level overview of project status and for each measure is available on the Kent School District website. These photos you see here, the top right is the Kent Ridge Field prior to any clearing or grubbing. The top right, I'm sorry, that's the top left. Top right is the boiler that needs to be replaced at Kent Lake. Mixing up my schools. The bottom left is the freezer set for emergency power at Central Kitchen, and the bottom right is the boiler that needs to be relocated and replaced at Fairwood Elementary. Types of projects scheduled for 2026. At multiple sites, there are energy management and control upgrades, CO2 sensors, and energy management computer replacement. For a few locations, there are asphalt route repairs, floor covering replacements, and repaving of drive aisles. And some site-specific projects include the completion of the Scenic Hill Multimedia Center, the Emerald Park Elementary Fire Alarm, and Kent Ridge synthetic field replacement, or I should say installation. Capital measure funding and project overlap. I know you have seen this slide before, but I'll go ahead and run through it again. This slide shows a high-level overview of where a measure is approved, funding is received, project design starts, construction begins and is completed, along with final closeout documentation. You can see here how the 2016 bond and 2018 levy overlap with the recently approved 2024 levy. We also show the anticipated future bond planned for 2028. I will take this opportunity to thank you, the board, and the community for their support over the years and the continued support into the future. So thank you. And that concludes the capital projects update. I'll now open for any questions or comments.
Director Clark?
I live next to Scenic Hill Elementary, but I've been in the building many times. And the prospect of what that multimedia center will do for that building is just exciting. And in a previous century, I taught at Kent Ridge High School, and the synthetic fields are long overdue.
Yeah, I
Happy
appreciate
to see
that.
it.
And I do want to call out, I had the opportunity, we've toured a couple of capital projects things, so thank you for taking the time and doing that. I went with Superintendent Vella. I do want to say that it's kind of thankless work. I mean, people, like in the middle of it, it looks like a hot mess, and we're like, it's never going to be done. And then it's done, and you're like, oh, look at this shiny new thing. And then our facilities team's got to maintain it. So I think it's great partnership. I really appreciated going out and seeing everything, but it is a lot of work, and I appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you.
Director Cook? Nothing? Okay, great. I would just also like to say, Fairwood Elementary, the walls are so great. Open concept, oh, so glad that's gone. And it's, you know, these are the things we talk about, but boilers make a difference. Having kids warm and teachers warm, it makes a difference. So thank you for doing those projects that really do make a difference in everybody's day. Do we have a time frame, since we know that it's 2028 when we're going out for the bond again likely, when we would start seeing what those projects would look like?
We're currently working with gathering that information. I know that there's a new program being implemented, FMX, which will give us the actual data-driven information that we need. We have an idea of what needs to be done in the district. I mean, we have a running list of projects that are immediate needs. Aside from the emergent needs that we have on the current levy, we do have a running list that we will be ready to share sometime very soon.
Fantastic. And is there a pool on there?
Excuse me? Oh, sorry, there's not a pool on there right now.
There's no pool.
No. That's more of a want at this point.
President Margell, if I may, I wanted just to thank and a shout out to Mr. Scribner. I know when he first came on board, he definitely was not handling this many projects. You can attest to that. And I know I often stop by his office and I see what you see, and very organized in what's happening where, because I'll be out when you and I, Director Gregory went out to Kent Ridge. You know, I can go right in there and know and ask a question. He has what I need or what we need. So I just wanted to give a shout out to him and all the team that helps him. It takes a team, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's 8:09. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back for section 6.01, the superintendent report. So we will be back at I know that that break went a little bit longer than anticipated, but I think we'll all agree for civics class and our students that we're okay with having a couple extra minutes in between to answer questions. So thank you, board, for also jumping in there there's a lot of questions today. I love it. Okay, so we now move on to section 6.01, the superintendent report, and I call upon Superintendent Bella.
Thank you, President Margell. This evening, I have a few thank yous and some celebrations to share in my report. I'll start with our Native American Heritage Month. I want to thank the board for their collaboration in developing a new land acknowledgement. This land acknowledgement helps to honor Indigenous communities and strengthen our shared commitment to learning and respect. This work reflects the heart of one KSD, where every voice matters, and together we continue to build a culture of equity, excellence, and community, and that is on our agenda. Congratulations to Jasmine, occupational therapist, and Leslie, a speech and language pathologist and assistive technology lead for inclusive education, on receiving the 2025 Voya Unsung Heroes Award. They were recognized for their innovative teaching idea, quote, core words everywhere, which involves placing augmentative, thank you. My apologies, augmentative and alternative communication tools into everyday materials and spaces to foster inclusive environments where every voice is valued. Recently, I attended a special guest author presentation at Mill Creek Middle School, where students met local author and illustrator Kiku Hughes, creator of the award-winning graphic novel Displacement, as part of the Washington State history curriculum. Students read the book to deepen their understanding of Japanese American incarceration during World War II. This experience was supported by a generous grant from the Rotary Club of Kent. Thank you to our Rotary Club of Kent, where they provided copies for every student. Partnerships like this help us live our commitment to being one KSD, one team, and one community. A heartfelt thank you to Kiku Hughes and the Rotary Club of Kent for bringing that history to life in our classrooms. I also want to thank our MC Mill Creek staff. Thank you to President Margell for attending our October's Superintendent's Chat at Centro Rendu. I also want to thank members of my team, Dr. Behringer, Carolyn Curry, and Pam Hawley, who also attended. Approximately 35 participants. Might have been more than that, but I know there was at least around 35. 35 participants. The event fostered a meaningful, engaging dialogue with our Latino-Latina families. We appreciated the opportunity to listen, respond to questions, and strengthen relationships through open conversation in their home language. Our next Superintendent's Chat will be co-hosted by Mother Africa, a local community-based organization whose mission is to advance racial equity to supporting African refugee and immigrant women and their families to reach their highest potential. It is scheduled for December 2nd at noon and will be a virtual meeting held on Zoom, and we'll get information out to the board. You can find the details posted on Superintendent's Chat webpage on our website. As part of our ongoing commitment to community engagement, KSD schools are actively participating in seasonal food drives, with food insecurity affecting families across our district, state, nation, and world, if I might add. We encourage staff, students, and families to contribute where they can. Donations can be made directly to school-hosted food drives or to local partners such as the Storehouse Food Bank in Covington and the Kent Food Bank. Every contribution makes a meaningful difference. A special thank you to Covington Storehouse Executive Director, Ms. Stephanie Lawson, and Kent Food Bank and Emergency Services Executive Director, Janice Cody, for their work to provide food and services for our community. As previously communicated, Kent School District is facing a projected funding gap for this school year. In alignment with our commitment to transparency, we continue to share updates on how we are addressing this challenge while minimizing the impact on student learning. As of our latest update, and things continue to change, we'll continue to update the board and our community. Our revised cost savings needed is about $10.5 million, up from the previous communicated $8 million. This includes a $1.4 million adjustment to the ending fund balance and a $1.1 million change in funding sources for social workers and our family liaisons. To date, we have identified $5.2 million in savings from central office materials, supplies, and operating costs, commonly known as MSOCs, and $1.9 million in savings from not filling vacant central office positions. This leaves an additional $3.4 million in cost savings needed to maintain a board policy required 5% unassigned fund balance. We are also estimating a $30 million funding gap for the next school year in 26-27, and are exploring cost-saving measures, efficiencies, and revenue enhancements as we begin budget planning for the 26-27 school year. It is important to note these figures represent our current understanding, and as I mentioned earlier, will continue to change as we move through the months. For more information, please visit our budget update page on our website. We remain committed to providing a one-day outdoor learning experience for all fifth grade students in the 2025-26 school year. KSD is currently conducting a fifth grade camp survey for family, staff, and leaders. Once it's closed, results will be analyzed and shared. With our current financial challenges to sustain an outdoor learning experience for the next school year and beyond, help is needed from our community. We encourage community groups and individuals to hold fundraisers and donate the proceeds to the Kent Schools Foundation Outdoor Education Fund. This will ensure these funds are distributed to all elementary schools. Find that donation information that's posted on the Kent Schools Foundation website. As we enter the season of Thanksgiving, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support and dedication to our students and schools. Your commitment helps us create opportunities and inspire learning and build community every single day. I'm thankful for our incredible staff, our families, and partners who work together to keep our focus on every student every day. Together, we will face our challenges in a way that truly embodies one class, one team, and one community as a one KSD. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Vela. We now are hitting the moment to get in the last comments into the public comment box. So any remaining comment cards that are out there, I don't see anybody running towards the box. So we will go to 7.01, our legislative update. Director Clark.
I've been requested by staff to give a quick overview so that as you go prepare to name your next legislative rep, you have some idea of what you're asking them to do. Obviously, the state legislature has a main, in the even-numbered years, set the budget, and then in the odd-numbered years, a shorter session of 90 days, which is supplemental and doesn't typically make major changes. It is try and deal with immediate problems that grew out of failures in the first budget. So the first real meeting is the night of January 9th, and then most of Saturday, January 10th. That's a prep to prepare you mentally for what you're going to have to deal with when you go into the state legislature and where the obvious restraints are known. So for argument's sake, most of you probably know that clearly the state government is running a massive deficit and things are not looking real good on the income level with tariffs in place. So the reality is we didn't get what we asked for last time, and we'll be lucky if we get that this time around. And I'm being very specific because, as you know, it was transportation, MSOC and special ed. And the shortfall in special ed still is just a real noose around our necks. All right, anyway, the point being that eventually you'll have a meeting, so if possible, you want to establish a relationship with your state legislature, of which there are 6, 3 in the 33rd and 3 in the 47th, because these are real people and they need to hear your voice. And in the ideal world, you'll be there with the superintendent, but you can't count on that. And so the bottom line is you have to build that individual relationship. There is a time when you are scheduled to go to the Hill. All the school districts are doing the same thing, and so you have to have appointments with the legislators. And of course, the bad news is sometimes they actually have committee meetings when you're there, because you, if possible, want to get through in one day. But you schedule with the superintendent so that you're on the same page on that. And while you're going through those meetings, you're taking notes, because quite obviously, you have to report back to the leader of the WASDA legislative makeup group. When you in fact have established an issue that you're working on and you're not getting a positive response back from that state legislature, people on appropriations committee tend to stare at you blankly since they don't have any money. But you have to report that immediately back to WASDA, because that means they have to make some move in that particular direction. You need to know the makeup of the Kent School District budget in terms of its general revenue and expenses, because that becomes a backdrop for what we're trying to accomplish, and it's part of our goals. You have to recognize that, of course, the major players are the feds and the state, and you've already been told that the feds are not exactly friendly at this point in time, and that is going to be a real problem in every urban school district in this country. So it will be a major topic both on the national scene and very clearly in here, and you need to know what the frame of reference is. So it's knowing what Title I is, knowing what Title II and Title III are, and so forth. And then finally, after that legislative session is over, we're already in the process of building what are the legislative agenda for WASDA as they prepare for the following year. So there's a big handbook with all the things that have already been identified, but they have to get a priority list, and eventually that becomes a list of 10. And that's a command to WASDA staff to direct everything at accomplishments in those particular 10. All right, that's all for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will sorely miss having your legislative reports.
Thank you.
Next section we go to is discussion and approval.
Move approval of gifts, donations, 801.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 8.01, gifts, donations, and/or memorials acceptance. We are now open for discussion.
I'd just like to acknowledge some of the people that have in fact donated towards the better welfare of our students. The Kent School District in particular got a grant for student school supplies from Amazon to the tune of $3,000. Sawyer Woods Elementary got money from Sawyer Woods kindergarten families to the tune of $875 for a kindergarten trip to the Thomason Family Farm. Kent Ridge High School got from their backboard club $6,647 for the winter break Kent Ridge boys basketball team trip to Southern California. Northwood Middle School, Dorian Augustrian Photography gave $694 to miscellaneous ASB activities and expenses. And Kentwood High School got from Kruger, the grocery store chain, $1,000 for football team expenses. And we thank all of those for supporting our schools.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, a motion's been made and seconded for approval item 8.01, gifts, donations, and/or memorials acceptance. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. We now move to our consent agenda. Is there any items that anybody would like to pull?
I would like to pull 9.01. appointment of board counsel for employment mediation.
And I would like to pull 9.02, New Kent School District of Boards Land Acknowledgement.
I move to,
Oh.
I move
sorry,
to
I forgot to
approve
second.
the consent agenda, items 9.03 through 9.16, accepting 9.01 and 9.02.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of items from the consent agenda 9.03 through 9.16. We are now open for discussion. Seeing as there is none, their motion's been made and seconded for approval of items 9.03 through 9.16. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve item 9.01, appointment of board counsel for employment mediation.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 9.01, appointment of board counsel for employment mediation. We are now open for discussion.
I just wanted to make a statement first. I believe an OPMA violation occurred during an executive session held on October 8th, 2025. I was outspoken about this violation shortly after the executive session, but our legal counsel denied that it was a violation. We are voting to retain appropriate board counsel in an employee matter for the second time. This is the violation I am referring to. Although I am glad we are doing things correctly now, the leadership of this district has failed this community yet again, and I believe it is time for us to find new leadership and counsel who will follow the law. I implore my fellow board members to work with me in resolving this leadership deficit as soon as possible. As far as what we're working on here, we have our counsel up due to a discussion about this. I'll ask that Mr. Leonard maybe provide some guidance in how we can discuss this better.
Yeah, the resolution or the item in front of the board today is an employment matter in which we cannot speak about specifically because those conversations more appropriately happen in executive session. So the context in which the board is looking at this is to appoint counsel on an employment mediation for that matter only, for a limited scope, and it empowers the board to work with district staff in order to do so. It would be limited in that scope just for this matter only.
And this is the legal advice that we are being provided. This is, we are going along with what the advice you're providing for us to do. Is that correct?
I don't know if that,
I just
am I
mean, like-
advising that
like
we?
that we're doing what is suggested, that's all.
In terms of whether or not to secure counsel on this? Correct.
Okay.
Seeing no further discussion, a motion's been made and seconded for approval of item 9.01, appointment of board counsel for employment mediation. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I would like to move to approve 9.02, New Kent School Board of Directors Land Acknowledgement.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded for approval of 9.02, New Kent Board, 9.02, New Kent School Board of Directors Land Acknowledgement. We are now open for discussion.
Will someone open it? Can someone open
Oh,
the?
I've got it, it's right here.
Oh, no, I wanted people to be able
Oh,
to
okay.
see it online as well. Can someone? Thank you, Ms. Curry. I'm like, it's moving. So I do want to approve this. This is not why I am bringing to the attention, it has come to my attention that the Muckleshoot tribe does not use the term ancestral lands. They use the term traditional lands. And to that end, they have just put out their new, you've probably seen their new commercials and their new community outreach, and they are very intentional about using the word traditional. And so I'm just wanted to have a board discussion before it's finally approved if we want to, because it was traditional, we talked about changing to ancestral, and I just wanted to call that out. I'm happy to leave it as ancestral, but I do want to point out that the tribe is referring to their lands as traditional.
I think my only comment on this one is that this is our land acknowledgement. And so while I think it's important information to have, we do have, it is ours that we're giving. And it's not set in stone.
Correct.
And so I just want to make sure that we want to approve what we really wanted to say today, but we
Exactly.
also have the opportunity at any time in the future and should look back on it, because it shouldn't just be, I think that this was brought up quite a bit, that it's not just something you say over and over and over where it loses its meaning. We want to make sure it means something, comes from the heart, and that it means something from the board that's giving it at that moment. So we'll want to continue to revisit it. So a little bit off topic, but I just wanted to put that in there.
Yeah, and I just wanted to bring it up because it's, the tribe is being very intentional, and I just wanted us to honor that. I understand based on our conversation when we built it, it's our acknowledgement to them. So I am okay with keeping the wording. I just wanted to call attention that when we had talked about it, we said it could go either way, and then it's now been, they are using the word traditional lands. So that was my only, I just
So-
wanted to bring it to everybody's attention.
Just curious, so are you suggesting that we change it, or is that what you would prefer? Because we can change it right now if we want to,
We
so is that?
I am open either way. I know we didn't have the information, because you and I
Yeah.
were the ones who
Oh, I
kind of
know.
said ancestral
Yeah.
lands, and I'm like, I want it to be ancestral
For
too.
the record, I said traditional.
I think I was on the traditional side too, just saying.
We're not arguing, I'm just saying. But I just wanted to bring it to, I didn't think we knew at the time what they were, and now that I've really seen and really kind of investigated it, they are using traditional, and I thought it would be. I wanted
Director
to bring it to-
Gregory, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to change the word ancestral lands to traditional lands.
I'll second that.
A motion's been made and seconded for changing the wording in the land acknowledgement from ancestral lands to traditional lands. We are now open for discussion on that piece.
I think it's fine. I think switching it is fine. I think ancestral is fine too, whichever is good for me, so.
Don't care.
No comment.
Seeing that there's no further comment, a motion has been made and seconded for changing the wording from ancestral lands to traditional lands. All those in favor, please raise your right hand, say aye. Aye. The motion passes 5-0. We now have the new Kent School District Board of Directors Land Acknowledgement.
Move approval of the amended acknowledgement.
Thank you.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded for approval of the amended new land acknowledgement from Kent School District Board of Directors. We are now open for discussion on the amended. No.
Total.
We're there.
Yeah. Yep.
We're there.
We're there.
Okay. Any discussion?
Nope.
Good, okay. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. We now move on to our informational. As part of our tenets that we do, we came up with policy. Our policy was to make sure that we are aware of student travel that is in there for you to look at. And we move to final communication from the audience.
Yes, President Margell, we do have a number of student comment cards. However, as you can see, some have left. So I think if you just read them all, those who are here can come up, and those who are not,
Yes.
we'll just pass.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to go through the names. If that person's not here, we'll just move to the next person. Ariana Patillo? Nope. Okay. Landon Luong? Kenya Green, I talked to Kenya earlier, she left. Okay. Tian Williams? Nope. Okay. Are there any non-student final comment cards?
No,
Okay.
None received, thank you.
We move on to 11.02, our board reports and discussion. Director Gregory, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you, President Margell. I would like to first say happy belated birthday to the Marine Corps. It was on Monday, and then I want to recognize that yesterday was Veterans Day, and I want to thank Vice President Cook for your service, and other members of the community for your service as well. So I appreciate our veterans. This weekend, on Saturday, there is going to be a food drive that the Kent School District is going to support out at Covington Safeway. It's from 10 to 3. I'll be there, filled in the truck, if you want to come by. I also want to say it's fall. We fall back in time, which is nice because it's a little lighter in the morning, but it's still dark. So I just want to remind everyone, we're going into shorter days. It's rainier weather. Please dress for the weather. Morning can be really cold, and then the afternoon it's raining, but we don't have any rain jackets. We're in hoodies. I've seen kids walking around in that. It bothers me. And the other thing is make sure to dress for visibility. I've seen kids in the morning going to the bus, and we're in black top to bottom with no viz, and you walk out across the non-crosswalk, and you almost got hit this morning. You know who you are. So I just want to remind people to make sure our kids are dressed appropriately for the bus. Thank you. To be seen.
Thank you, Director Gregory. Director Song?
Yeah, just gonna keep it brief tonight. Again, thank you to everybody who attends our board meetings and tunes in and contributes your voice to the ongoing development and evolution of our board. It really does help us in determining how policies, procedures are going to be shaped moving forward, and just wanting to make sure that we continuously encourage student voices to be here live or written or submitted through video, so that we can capture the voices of all students, which is, again, why we're all up here. So wanting to thank everybody, and then also looking forward to a lot of the upcoming holiday bazaars and events that will also be taking place throughout multiple Kent School District properties and venues. And so hopefully our community members can take a look at those and participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Song. Director Clark?
I was just up at KM last week, and it's just amazing to see how many different things are going on after school and how the involvement of the students are really fundamental in terms of what they're trying to do. It's really nice.
Thank you very much. Vice President Cook?
All right, so there are a few things I wanted to address. The first one is that I will be attending in person going forward. The Title IX complaint that I have filed has the investigation portion has been completed. It is still not fully done, but I'll be moving forward coming into our meetings here. I also wanted to welcome Laura Williams. It does seem like she is going to likely be our next board member. And I wanted to thank you very, very much for attending just about every meeting since you started running. It's something that I also did when I was running for office, and I think it's really important that our people seeking office are involved, and I see that. So thank you very much for that. I also want to thank Director Song for putting himself out there for City Council here in Kent. I know it doesn't look like he's going to be moving forward in that, but I think it was very brave, and I just really enjoyed seeing his dedication to that. So that was really neat. Finally, I wanted to speak to Veterans Day. I did write a little thing here. As a proud disabled combat veteran of the United States Air Force, I want to express my gratitude for the sacrifices made by all our veterans, especially as we reflect on Veterans Day. It is our duty to ensure that we not only honor their bravery, but also support their needs with the respect and care they deserve. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Cook. I have several different things I just wanted to touch on tonight. What did I say? Oh, my gosh. I'm so sorry. You already spoke.
Yeah, you already spoke.
Yes, it was about
Andy,
a
are you
sentence
paying
long.
attention at all?
Somebody wasn't listening.
It's late.
Okay. Okay, so let's get back to budget. We spent some time in our planning session with the board talking about our priorities. I very much look forward to hearing from the many different stakeholders of the district, our students, our teachers, our families, our community, our business leaders. We know that community is so much more than just one small group. And so I would love to hear what the community says about our priorities, and then as we have new members into our board, making sure we continue to look back and reflect and make sure that the outcomes that we have match the intent that we had with the priorities that we set. And so, what that looks like as tough decisions will abound. I'm proud of our land acknowledgement and the work that we did around that. Thank you very much. And I feel like we got to a good place. I had the privilege of attending Kent Ridge's Veterans Day Assembly on Friday. It was fantastic. A really good balance of somebody who had just graduated a year and a half ago, that is now in the Air Force, and then hearing from a graduate last year's grandfather who served for his lifetime, and being able to kind of hear both spectrums of that. Hearing from our choir, our band, and then also hearing from our students. Absolutely, we want to show respect to our veterans for the service that they've given, but also to the families that are so much affected by service of service members, and hearing those stories of families talk about that, I thought was quite moving. So thank you to Kent Ridge and all of the work that went into having that Veterans Day Assembly. Actually, they did 2 of them. Radium Girls is happening right now at Kent Ridge, and I look forward to going and seeing that this week. It closes on Saturday with 2 shows, and that will be, the book was fantastic, so I'm excited to see the play. Girls Swimming State is Friday and Saturday, and I get to put in a little plug on this one. We have one swimmer from the district that will be swimming in an individual event, and that is Harper Haroldson Morgell. And she's going to be doing the 100 breast. We also have, so excited to be
Any
able to-
relation?
There is a little bit of a relation there. But we also have a relay team going, which is very cool. The 200 free relay, and so really excited to see our athletes perform at that. You know I joke all the time about talking about a pool, but to the point that I don't think it's ever taken seriously. Swimming is what our students want to do. When we did a survey of our students that were moving that first year of 6th grade going into middle school, it was the sport that really stood out that students want to do. This is proven. We have over 50 new students trying out for boys swim this year at Kent Ridge alone. And that's just the new, that's not even counting the returners. And so we know that this is an important sport, and it breaks my heart just a little bit that Kent Ridge does not have one adaptive swimmer in girls' state. It is a program, swimming is a program that we can have so many different students be part of, and I hope someday I can come back and see and be able to cheer on our adaptive and our many, many girls and boys swimmers at state. Again, we do all of this for you. Thank you for our students for being here tonight. Thank you for the work that you put in every day at school and making a community that continues to bring students together. We don't do this work for really any other reason than we really love our students and our community. So with that, it is 8:52 and we are adjourned.